Well, well, well. It's been a while. I've not been very well. But you know what? I'm feeling mostly better now. Mostly better. So, I thought, let's do a stream. And I saw this game, which I think looks quite cool. There may be one slight problem with it. I think it's a lot of reading involved. And, well, got a little bit of a sore throat, so we'll see how that goes. However, I'm a big believer in push the body to the limit. You know? I'm feeling better, therefore push it to the limit and I'll get even better faster. That's science. Maybe. Possibly. Maybe not, but who cares? So, this game is... I think it's like a detective-y game. I guess these Roottrees are dead. You know me, I don't like to look too deep into games, because I get scared of spoilers. But my understanding is... we kind of got to figure out what the deal with the Roottrees is. Kind of like the Golden Idol, I guess, I think. Not entirely sure. Let's see what our options are. CRT monitor defects. Light strobing. I'll see what the deal with those is. If they get too annoying, then, you know. Yeah, let's crank this up. Everything else is fine, I think. I assume we're going to get to read this article in-game. However, there was a plane crash. There was only, what, 4 people on board? Well, that might not be strictly true. I guess there was a pilot as well, presumably. So Carl Roottree and his 3 daughters all died? Yeah, all died. Nobody outside the plane was hurt, so that's good. Anyway, let's jump in and see what's all about. Maybe we'll get a tutorial. Roottrees are dead. The mystery begins here. Roottree Mania. This will unlock once you finish the Roottrees are dead. Okay, okay. I can dig it. Let's jump in. We got that old-timey style going on. December 6th.
The plane that crashed last night just outside of Pittsburgh is now known to have been the private jet of the Roottree Corporation. Local aviation authorities have speculated, based on the pilot's final communication, that the winter storm and heavy winds played a significant role in the crash. On board were multiple family members, including corporate president Carl Roottree and his daughters, the Roottree sisters, best known for their fashion lines and modeling careers. There were no survivors. Again, for those of you just joining us, the Roottrees are dead.
Cool.
I know it's late, but I'm guessing you've seen the news. In addition to dealing with the grief, the Roottree company's lawyers are scrambling.
I've seen 5 seconds of the news. Maybe that's all we need.
Everything's about to change. Anyone proven to be a blood relative is about to get much richer. I'm here to ensure everyone is accounted for.
Hey, maybe we can be a blood relative.
I've heard you're an expert at sorting out complicated family trees. A genealogy genie, as it were.
And suspiciously, you always seem to be in them.
I'm going to give you a quick test. Pass, and I can promise you the job of a lifetime.
A test? But look, we've got family trees on our wall. What more proof does she need? Fine. We'll pass your stupid test. Complete the family tree of the Roottrees sisters. Siblings are in birth order. Okay. Sleuth. Cool. Examine my evidence, huh? Got milk picture? Why is this called the got milk picture? The person who hired you gave you this photo with a note attached. This was taken during the shoot for the Roottrees sisters' Got Milk ad? I've tracked down a test photo from before they painted the fake moustaches on, which I thought would be more appropriate considering the circumstances. The ad's copy reads, "You might recognise our faces from the magazine you're reading, or you might recognise our name from the candy bar you're eating. Being a Roottree is a full-time job, but so is growing up. That's why the calcium found in milk is so important. Plus, you can't make chocolate without it." Okay. What did that do? Sure. Ooh, welcome.txt. Welcome to the Information Superhighway. Thanks for purchasing a new Cashew PC. Your PC is equipped with a 56K modem, which is fast enough to access any site on the World Wide Web, even those with high-resolution images. If you find anything interesting, be sure to print it out with your included high-end color laser printer, or burn a music CD to listen to later. Okay. Cashew PCs are delicious. Cashew PCs are inedible. Do not try to eat your computer. Fair enough. So what? We can go to the internet. Oh, the classic sound. Truly a classic. Spider search. Got milk? Got Milk is a series of advertisements for milk. Yeah, I know. I was hoping for a bit more info. Roottree Candy Company. Roottree Candy. Mixed in menus of the plane crash, there are a lot of results for Rootree's extremely popular candy products. Their official website is unstable due to the traffic it's been receiving. You find a direct link to the history section that manages to work momentarily. It was founded by Elias Roottree shortly after he married his wife Gwyneth, whose family owned a small farm. The Anderson Maple Farm. For reasons that aren't explained on the page, it has no CEO and no stockholders. Instead, it's run by a president with input and votes from extended family. The site mentions every president has been a direct descendant of Elias and Gwyneth, including Carl Roottree, who despite his death is listed as the current president. Well, yeah, didn't he only just die? You gotta give him some time, man. The product that put them on the map were 5 pieces. Maple candies with 5 different flavours that are dipped in crispy, crackly candy coating. Since then, they've branched out to countless other products, all of which incorporate maple in some way. Their sister company, titled Root, specialises in children's clothing. Aha, okay. Root. Root is a pretty common word. Root always has a period after it. Okay. Root. Root is a clothing company. They make clothes for children, from toddlers to teenagers. Although their website is down, you find countless retail sites attempting to advertise their clothes. You've spied the Roottrees sisters looking hella fly on catalogues, magazines, and posters. Now you too can be like Riley, Rose, or Rainier. Ah, the names! Riley, Rose, Rainier. Can I... Ooh, look at this. Riley, Rose, Raina. Nice. Okay, that's pretty cool. That saves me having to keep a notepad for now. Can I rename this to names? Cool. Wonder how I get back to that. Probably that. Yeah. What's the welcome? Welcome to your notepad. You can jot down important things. Yeah. Highlight any text. Yeah. Yeah. Family reminders. Yeah. Okay. You also come across a website from a collector of clothing catalogues. Apparently Root has re-released 2 catalogues per year every year since 1984, and Raina appeared on almost all of them. There's only one that the webmaster considers a collector's item enough to mention. Seems Brenda, the Roottree sisters' mother. Yoink. Wonder how I choose what page it goes on when I highlight something. Anyway, Brenda, their mother, appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. This was the only time her daughter was ever listed with her birth name, Carly Roottree. So Rose is called Carly. Al Carly? Can I... Can I... Rose equals Carly. Not quite happy with that. That's cool though. Brenda equals mother. Nice. I don't even need to know the mother's name. Shit, man. I really thought I needed to know the mother's name. Fine. Let's go back to the good old internet. Let's do some searching for... Carly Roottree. Trivia page. What are the first names of the Roottree girls? Raina, Carly, and Riley. Rose was born Carly Rose Roottree. Parents planned to name a son Carl, but when they found they were having a daughter, they called her Carly. Okay. So her actual name is Carly Rose Roottree. Hey, Alex. Good to see you, man. It is good to be back. We're currently trying to prove that we are good enough to get this job, which is cool. I don't know if we are good enough though. Let's try and find one of the other ones. Rainer. Roottree. A lot of obituaries that focus on the Roottrie sisters' modelling careers. What? Oh right, they're dead. They're dead. They're dead. You also come across an unofficial Roottree fan site created by a teenager. Raina is the most famous because she's the oldest and got married to TMS. But Riley is the smart one. Rose is a middle child like me. Okay. TMS. You might think they're rich just because they're models, but their dad is also the president of the candy company. Yeah. And their mum Brenda is a fashion designer. Yeah. I eat Roottree all the time. My favourite are maple crisps. And try to dress in plaid root clothes, like Riley does in most of those posters. Aha! That's a clue. Someday, I want to get my ears pierced like Rose. That's a clue as well. Process of elimination. This might be all the information we need. Okay, I should have probably took that in. Raina is the oldest. Raina Roottree. Model. Who was the middle one? Rose. But Rose isn't called Rose. Rose is called Carly. Did I end up beating that investigation game? No. No. But I think I was about 5 minutes off beating it. So... kind of a tricky one to fit in, eh? When you're like 5 minutes off beating a game, how do you then fit that into a stream? Okay, then the last one is maybe tack it to the end of another stream. Yeah, that doesn't, well, yeah. Or the start of one. Could do it. It's tricky then for people who want to watch, like, the whole thing. I guess I could beat it at some point during a stream. And then also record it. And then upload it as a separate video so I can have a playlist. Yeah, that'd be the way. That'd be the way. Who's the last one? Riley. And these three are all models. And then the pictures. How's the audio, by the way? Because this music's really loud in my ears, but it might just be my headphones. It's really loud in my ears. Hoo boy. Riley wears plaid. Rose has pierced ears. That's Rose. It's pretty loud. The sax is about the same as my speaking volume. Okay. Let's bring that down a bit. No, that's not what I want to do. Hey. Did that save? No. Okay. Maybe that'll be better. Maybe it'll be too quiet. But you know what? That's better than too loud. Oh. Oh. We've got some books. Family Doku. Can I... Alphabet Davis. Alphabet Davis. Alphabet Davis. Alphabet Davis. Sudoku. Fair enough. How do I get out of here? How do I stop looking at the books? Escape? There's a picture. That is played, right? So... Fuck, man, I've forgotten. No! Did it get rid of my search? Ah! Carly Roottree. Crap, man. Where was I? Ah. Yeah. Oh, I need to know who the hell TMS is, but that's fine. We can figure that out. Right. Rose has her ears pierced. Rose is Carly. The oldest... wears plaid, right? Riley... No. The youngest wears plaid. Riley. Which means... No, I want to get the spouse! Oh, I want to get the spouse as well! No! Oh, you turds!
Sorry to test you, but I had to be sure you could use the internet. Some folks refuse to get with the times. Safe to say, you're hired.
Look. If I can get the job done, why does it matter if I can use the internet or not?
The reward for untangling the family tree is substantial. Life-changing, even. But here's the catch.
Go on.
The Roottrees go way, way back. The family tree's a bit daunting. Most people freak out the first time they see the whole thing. But I'm sure you'll be fine.
Yeah.
The man who started it was particular about whom he considered family. For your purposes, you only need his direct blood relatives.
Okay.
Anyone related only by marriage is optional, but filling them in can lead to useful discoveries. Lastly, you now have access to some unique websites, plus a list of notable Roottrees.
Ooh.
Notable people are easy to find via your search engine, and marked with stars on the family tree.
Ooh.
I'm off for now. Carl Roottree had a lot in his office. I'll look for anything useful. I'll return once you identify 6 more blood relatives.
Okay. That was quick.
Sorry, one last thing. This might sound odd, but if anyone else claiming to represent the Roottrees reaches out, I'd appreciate you not mentioning I was here. Thank you, and good luck.
Yeah. Okay. Sleuth. Top secret. You can open this envelope after the whole family tree's been filled in. It has 2 names that must be typed in manually. Okay. Ooh. The clues are obscure, have been intentionally hidden in the past, and may even require some leaps in logic. Try to keep an eye out for any inconsistencies. Okay. Well, I'm not sure what that means. Is that like an extra photo of her? I guess so. Anyway, we know this guy's called TMS. Every time you get 3 completely correct, they'll be locked in. Okay. We got some new clues as well. Notable Roottrees. Easy to find online. What's that gonna do? Learn about intuition. You've been in this line of work a long time. So long, in fact, you've developed a 6th sense for how useful your evidence can be. Numbers in the magnifying glass refer to how many clues are connected to a specific piece of evidence. The higher the number, the more there is to find. Okay. Trust your intuition. If a piece of evidence seems too good to be true, take a closer look at the people or phrases it mentions. Okay. Sometimes the reason certain evidence has such high value is because it can lead to finding more evidence. You may be missing a huge piece of the puzzle. Okay. I see what you're doing, game. Sort of. Right, we know Carl Roottree is the head honcho. No. Elias? We know someone is the head honcho. She did tell us. It was probably Elias and Gwyneth. I think it was Elias and Gwyneth. Also, Gwyneth wouldn't be a blood relative, so... You know. Even though she was there at the outset. What other clues did we get? The Roottree's sister and the parents died in a plane crash. Yeah. Okay. Roottree 5 pieces. Cool chocolate. Bad blue raspberry. Awesome apple. Power plum. So strawberry. Why is bad blue raspberry the only one that's not alliterative? There's 5 flavors because the original inventor had 5 kids. Radical new flavors because it's no longer the 1920s. What even is an elderberry anyway? Yeah. Okay. Cool. I wanted to find that spouse's name. TMS. TMS is a common abbreviation for Tommy Mark Sheridan. Okay. Tommy Mark Sheridan. Sheridan. Early 90s teen heartthrob. Yeah. Well, this game's set in the... Hey, look, we've got some new stuff. This game's set in the 90s. Set in... Well, I guess 98. We might need some of this intel. Probably not, though. This guy's not related, right? So we've got public library. Oh, cool. Maybe we can look up some of those books on our shelves. We don't really need to yet, but... Internet's largest database of magazines and newspapers. Cool. Right. I would like that other picture of her. I'd like these to be done, you know? I guess we can search for her. I haven't actually searched for her yet. Maybe there's like a wedding photo? No. Maybe... What was his name? Tommy Sheridan. Look, I want... Okay, I want, any link to her that's going to get us another photo of her. Brother Trouble was a 1989 sitcom about two 16-year-old brothers, the same age, played by Tommy Mark Sheridan and Dustin Baker. Their single mother, played by stand-up Penelope Tessa Green, often had to navigate her job as a magazine columnist, as well as the troubles that came with raising two boys, who were extremely competitive. The showrunner was small screen director Ron Roottree. Hey! Another Roottree! Show had strong ratings through the entirety of season 1, rocketing both Sheridan and Baker to stardom. It was cancelled in 1991 due to a significant drop-off in ratings. Okay. Ron Roottree. Wow. Okay. RR Productions. Defunct production company responsible for Brother Trouble. You find a comment on a Usenet board stating Brother Trouble ended up being an ironic name considering the rumours about RR Productions, Ron and Robbie Roottree. They are brothers. I would love to be able to add notes to a specific link that I've made. It's kind of annoying, actually, that I can't. Ron and Robbie are brothers. Okay. What magazine were they in? What magazine were they in? I want that picture. I want that other picture of her before I move on. appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose in 1985. Oh, Brenda Roottrees, their mother. We don't know if she's... I guess... she would have taken her spouse's name, right? So she must be not a blood relative. Although... Brenda, are you on this list? No. Okay, good. Which means... you're Brenda. Is your name Brenda White? I guess it was, but that seems like a cheap way to get that answer. Let's do a quick search for Brenda Roottree. Brenda White. Okay, cool. I don't like that that was like, here's a spoiler. Raina Roottree. What did that say? No. How am I gonna get this last picture of Raina? You'd think it'd be one of the magazines that they did a photo shoot for. Didn't they die with their father? Look, news report. I'm pretty sure you would have told me his name. No? I really feel like the news report would have told me his goddamn name. Hang on. Let me do something a bit cheap. Carl! Thank you. I don't know why it doesn't give us this as a bit of evidence. But Carl Roottree. The Perfect Crime. Yoink. He was the president, right? Carl Roottree. He was the president of the Roottree Candy Company. Yeah. What? President 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th? I mean, I guess he was the last president. Weird how the game gives you all the unknowns in the family tree. Yeah, I kind of resent it, honestly. I resent that this list has, like, everyone. If they're going to do that, it should have some fake outs in it. Always use a person's most recent occupation. I guess his occupation is corpse then. Then again, I guess everyone before him is a corpse as well, so... Right, we need a photo of Carl Roottree. Watchman of the Year. Watchman of the Year, huh? Business Watch Magazine. Okay. Every year they offer an award to a prominent businessman. They call this Watchman of the Year. 2 Roottrees have been featured, Elias and Carl. Okay. What year would it be, though? Also, his great-grandfather earned it. So Elias is his great-grandfather. Hey, Badger! Hope I feel better soon. I am feeling significantly better, although, annoyingly, I had to go across the country for work last week. And I'm pretty sure travelling on the trains got me, like, a flu. So, bit of a pisser, really. Finally felt okay. And then I went through to the office last Tuesday. Got back. Had Friday off for my birthday. Felt flu-esque all weekend. Feeling a bit better this evening. But not a great start. Happy belated birthday. Yeah! My voice sounds quite different. Well, that's life. What's this game about? Filling in this family tree, basically. Filling in this good old family tree. We've got 3. It also is a new mic. The implication that it makes me sound more sick is not great. How am I gonna get this last picture of her? Anyway, we're gonna search for the periodical, right? I did have a birthday, yeah. I'm not really one for birthdays. It's like, yeah, I am one day older. My birthday was yesterday. It's just an arbitrary human construct, innit? Business watch. Search. Carl Roottree. Printing. Ah, nice. How do I get my printed thing? You missed the ending of that ooze game. Well, you didn't really miss it, to be fair. I never did the ending. I never did the true ending. Probably should at some point, but I was discussing this with Alex earlier. How much of a pain in the arse it'd be to fit it into a stream neatly. Hey look, Carl Roottree. Younger than expected. Grabs life by the roots. Thank you. Carl Roottree was voted Watchman of the Year in 1987. And a photo of him is on the cover. Business Watch is the magazine for and about corporate leaders. Wow, a magazine for corporate leaders. Talk about nerfing your demographic, eh? Carl was chosen not for his work at Roottrees, but Root. Before they married, Carl's wife Brenda was a fashion consultant. When Raina was born, Brenda retired to become a stay-at-home mother. She spent any time on a sewing machine. Raina's new clothes were a hit with other parents, including Carl's cousin Jim Roottree. Jim is Carl's cousin. A notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. And has a daughter around the same age as Raina. Which is pretty vague. By 1982, Brenda's patterns were being copied by other brands. Seeing the demand, Carl and his second cousin Ernie Jr., god damn it, who had just become president of Roottree at the time. Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. is Carl's second cousin and was also president. Cool. Other blood relatives refused to fund anything other than candy, so Carl personally spent his entire inheritance to bankroll the clothing company. When the profit began to appear, the rest of the family changed their tune. They repaid his investment, and now Root exists under the umbrella of the candy company, and they all benefit. Per tradition, or perhaps superstition, new clothes always debuted the way the first ones did. Raina became their catalogue's cover model. That's how we do it. We need to figure out what the hell. That's how we get the final picture of Raina. As she grew, the product line expanded to older kids as well. Her younger sisters were then recruited to show off the baby clothes. Carl was voted Watchman of the Year, primarily for his personal gamble and the ensuing payoff. Yeah, that's fair. He took a risk. I'd love to know what magazine their clothing appears in. However, that is a picture of Carl. Nice. If I can just figure out, you bet it's just Root. But Root is like, yeah, maybe. Isn't Root a conglomerate? I mean, we can try. We can certainly try. No. Root. I just need to know. Look. Brenda appeared on one cover holding her daughter Rose. That's probably the one. It's a collector's item. Poop. Clothing catalogs. Poop. Okay. Hey, Brian. Good to see you, man. There has to be some way to get the name of a catalogue that they were in. There has to be. Poop, poop, poop. Okay. It's optional, so technically we don't have to find it, but it's kind of pissing me off. It's the last thing in this subsection that we don't have. Well, I guess once we verify him, we'll be able to get photos of him as well. See, it's gonna be that. It's definitely gonna be one of those magazines. What's the candy company called? Let's search for Maple Crisps. Maple Crisps are Roottree's most recent product. Introduced in 1992, they're a series of circular crunchy wafers coated in nuts and chocolate maple flavouring. They came to be during the tenure of Ernie Jr., a former president. Yeah, we already know that. There's a commercial that aired a few years back during the Super Bowl. Ooh. Can we... No. I want that commercial, damn it. Have I searched for Raina? No. Look, spider search. No. There's just no intel about where they did the shoot, or what magazine it is. It talks about magazines all the time. Root has released 2 catalogs per year. I think I might have to abandon this chase. Annoyingly. Library? No, that's just books. Okay, let's look for someone else, hey. Let's, didn't we get some clues? Second cousin. Wonder why these guys are grouped off. Interesting. Okay. Let's look at our notables. Carl. Yeah. Elias and Gwyneth. We could start from the top and work our way down. That probably makes sense. Elias Roottree. Elias Roottree was the founder and first president of the Roottree Candy Company. You find what is essentially a propaganda site. At the top, there's a picture of him and his wife Gwyneth. There's also a biography section that has some additional information. Elias is credited for inventing 5 Pieces, a popular maple candy. Before that, the farm he inherited by marrying his wife only produced syrup. After 5 Pieces became wildly successful, Elias spent his time and energy on cementing his reputation as a family man. He's quoted on the site as saying, "Blood is thicker than syrup, and that any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy." The site enthusiastically claims he made good on that promise, but offers no additional detail. There are a few more quotes about Elias from a book called Family Man, The Roottree Legacy, by Bess Williams. To say they're biased is a massive understatement. Below that, there's a long list of accomplishments and awards, and one stands out. Like his great-grandson Carl, Elias was voted Watchman of the Year. He sure was! Okay. Elias Roottree. He was the first president. And I bet we can get a picture of him. I mean, I guess we have a picture of him. Elias and Gwyneth. Seems quite difficult to find any site about them that isn't accompanied by this picture. Yeah, but we can get another picture. Right? Business Watch. Elias Roottree. Yes! Don't be the same picture. Is that the same guy? Yeah, I guess so. He just grew a moustache. Decided to dress like a leprechaun. Cool. Elias Roottree was voted Watchman of the Year by Business Watch in 1936, and a painting of him appears on the cover. The magazine says he was voted Watchman of the Year specifically to recognise the global rollout of 5 Pieces. 1908. Elias forms the Roottree Candy Company after marrying his wife. Yeah. 1909. Elias has a daughter, the first of 5 children. 4 more follow, leading to 1922. Elias invents 5 Pieces. Each of the 5 flavours is chosen based on the initials of his 5 children. 1 flavour per child. Okay. The Roottree Candy Company purchases every available maple farm in Pennsylvania in preparation for their global rollout. With the help of his son Elias Roottree Jr.'s architecture firm, a new industrialized factory and warehouse are built. Production is tripled. There's also a What's Next section that claims Elias is going to pivot to ensuring his company's legacy and that the Roottree Candy Company remains a family business. He plans to do this with the Clansid Trust. This note page is gonna get real fucking messy. However, we now have 2 pictures of this goon. Which one should we use as his main picture? Probably Leprechaun. Yeah. We don't know her first name. or her occupation. We do have a picture of her. We're not going to cheese it by just putting in Gwyneth, because it will give us the answer. We can certainly search for her. Oh, I also wanted Family Man, the Roottree legacy. Let's see if we can get that from the library. Look, why do we need the author? Bess Williams. An old book about Elias Roottree. There's no downloadable version because the book is impossible to find these days. Okay. It's impossible to find a copy of the book. Fine. Gwyneth Roottrees. Found information on a website for the first Anderson maple farm. Before marrying Elias, Gwyneth Roottrees was Gwyneth Anderson. She had no brothers, so she was to inherit the farm as long as she married. She was a housewife. Fair enough. I guess there are multiple Gwyneths, but we know it's Anderson. Housewife. Yes! Nice. Booyah indeed. Didn't that lady say she was going to show up after I got 6? Maybe it was 6 more. Okay, it goes oldest to youngest. Which means we know this is a lady. Doesn't really help us. Ooh, we can put in his other picture as well. Yes, that feels good. I really want this picture. Oh look, there's another Carl as well. I really want these bonus pictures. It doesn't sit well with me that we haven't got them. It doesn't sit well with me at all. Okay, well, I guess we just need to find out who his kids are. Five pieces. 5 pieces of small, colourful, shell-coated maple candies that since the late 20s have been pressed into the shape of a maple leaf. There's also a history of print advertising website that claims to have a 5 pieces advertisement scanned from a book called The Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2 by Charles Lee. Okay. Let's see if we can get that. Charles Lee. Print advertisements. That's what we need. Because, the names, right? The names! It's a miracle! A modern candy for a modern society. Rootrees 5 pieces. Contain 5 different maple-infused flavours. Our flavours are inspired by our children. Yeah! G is for grape. E is for elderberry. G is for Gwyneth. E is for Elias Jr. CE is for cinnamon extract. M is for melon. And M for miracle baby. Miracle berry. Miracle berry is a burst of beautiful blossoming blended berries. Try it today. Okay. So, it's reasonable to assume that G and E are Gwyneth and Elias. And that they would be the oldest and second oldest. I think. It could be Gwendoline or Gwyn. But I'm pretty sure this guy's Elias Jr. Kind of a half-assed leap in logic, though. Let's search for Elias Jr. Who the hell is Elias Jr.? Look, Elias Jr. does exist. Elias Jr. does exist. Poop. Elias Roottree Jr.? Yes! Elias Roottree Jr.'s name is listed on a website about historical buildings. He's listed alongside an old residence that's been preserved called Hunchetop House. You attempt to find more information about the man in the building, but come up empty. Well... yeah. Fair play. Why would it tell us this if there's no information on it? Maybe we're going to unlock more apps later. Okay. Gwyneth Anderson. No, we already got all that intel. Okay, working top down might not actually be the best strat. We probably want to go for some of these starred guys. Maybe we can try and do this cluster. Let's do this cluster. We don't know who that star is, to be fair. I guess Gwyn Roottree. Let's do Gwyn Roottree. Find some information on a website about old films that are not yet available on VHS. The site is not very well organised and the search is broken, but you can get to individual pages from your search engine. Gwyn Roottree is a somewhat well-known actress who was active in the 1950s. She often appeared in tabloids, especially around the time of her highly publicised divorce. Her biggest role was the minor hit movie Guys Like Us. She left Hollywood after the flop of Christmas Mission. As the widely circulated picture of Gwyn from behind the scenes on one of her movies, which you've added to evidence. Nice. Did you know Gwyn was the granddaughter of Elias Roottree, the founder of Roottree Candy? She shouldn't have been named Roottree, but her father took her mother's famous name, which was quite rare in those days. Ah. Okay. Cool. They got divorced. That means that's her, right? She was an actress. I guess actor. We have a picture. Cha-ching. We don't know who she's married to. We don't know who her kids are. Highly publicized divorce, huh? Well, let's look up Christmas Mission. Christmas Mission is on a page called Flops. It was a war movie about World War I, released in 1955, that received poor reviews. Okay. What was the other one? Maybe she married like one of her co-stars. That's what I'm hoping. Guys Like Us. Guys Like Us is a 1953 film in which two secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life. Leslie Florence Harrison Lane. See, maybe it's Harrison Lane. No. 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 Nothing of note. He married his high school sweetheart. That doesn't really help us. Who was the other one? I think it was a lady, though. Leslie Florence. Well, we might as well go all the way down this rabbit hole. No, there isn't even a Did You Know trivia section for her. Well, great. Total dead end. There's really no more information about this fool, eh? That's annoying. I wanted to delve into here. But if I can't even figure out who she was married to, then what good is that? There must be a way to figure out who she was married to. There must be. There must be. It says there's 5 clues coming off this Watchman of the Year. Oh, I was going to search for the Clancy Trust. Clansaid, pronounced Clansaid, Trust is a highly unusual corporate arrangement named after Clancy Edward Roottree, who was Elias's son and the Roottree Candy Company's head lawyer. Clancy Edward Roottree. Sure. Due to its unique nature, it's often brought up in online discussions about financial matters and inheritance as an oddity. The company mandates that a fixed percentage of its profits are split every quarter among bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. An account is created for each blood relative at birth and first accessible when they reach 18. Damn, that's pretty good. The actual numbers have never been fully disclosed to the public, but due to the ever-increasing success of the company, it's a significant amount of money. The Clansaid Trust is known for being essentially impossible to get around due to many checks and balances written into it. There have been a few situations in which family members have tried to forcibly remove another member from the trust. Most details online are pretty vague, since the matters are handled internally. The only information you discover is from a university law school, which apparently had a guest lecturer talk about the Roottrees versus RR in 1994. RR was the film company, right? While looking into the Clansaid Trust, you often find mentions to the 5-piece guarantee, which went into effect at the same time. Okay, we've got two things we want to search off this. Let's search for the 5-piece guarantee first. The 5-piece guarantee, in combination with the Clansaid Trust, was Elias Roottree's attempt to ensure the Roottree Candy Company would remain a family business for eternity. In isolation, it's somewhat baffling. The yearly salary of Roottree's president is always locked to the price of a single pack of 5 pieces. When the 5-piece guarantee went into effect, this was 25 cents a year. Now it's closer to $4. Combined with the Clansaid Trust, it makes a bit more sense. Elias wanted to ensure only his direct relatives could afford to be president, and he knew that because their passive income was tied to the profits of the company, they would have a vested interest in keeping the company as profitable and successful as possible. Whether or not this was a smart or successful decision is widely debated both online and in person by economic enthusiasts of all levels of expertise. No, their passive income isn't tied to the profits of the company. Their passive income is tied to the price of what they're selling. That seems like a really bad idea. Encourages them to just inflate the price. In what way does it tie their income to the profits of the company? It doesn't. Whatever. Okay. It didn't give us any useful intel, really. So let's search for the Rootrees versus RR. I have very few details about this particular incident with regards to the Clansaid Trust. The student that attended the lecture about it wrote the following on a Legal Oddities website. From what you can tell, RR attempted unsuccessfully to remove a fellow family member from the trust. It was said that RR attempted 2 arguments. First, the person in question was born out of wedlock, and second, they committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. But they couldn't do it. Okay. Interesting, but I don't think it actually gives us any intel. Significant crime, though. Ooh. Right, that rabbit hole actually got us nothing. It genuinely got us nothing. It was interesting, but didn't give us anything. Actually, I feel like it did give us something. I want to know who her husband was. Did I ever search for Clancy Edward Roottree? Yeah, that's what got us here. Clancy Edward Roottree was Elias's son and head lawyer. Aha! 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 Okay. Where's Clancy Edward? So he was the third, presumably, if these are done in age order, which I assume they are. Which would make you Clancy Edward. And you were a lawyer. We don't have a picture of him. How are we going to get a picture of him? How are we going to get a picture of him? There's like no link. No link between them. RR was, I had a note about RR. Hey, Eves! What's the premise of the game? There was a plane crash. And these 5 people died in the plane crash. And this guy was the president of the company. And so we've been hired to figure out every blood relative of this guy for some legal shenanigans. So we need to figure out all the blood relatives, and we can figure out the spouses and stuff. I want more information about Gwyn. I really want to know who her spouse is. There really was no information, though. There was, like, no information about Gwyn Roottree. Apart from those movies. There's no... There's just no way. I don't know how I'll find out who her husband was. Let's let's pick one of the other notables. Why is Gwyn? Oh, right, because I haven't confirmed her. Let's go for Red Roottree, I guess. Any clues with the movies? I did look into the movies. There was Guys Like Us. But I searched for all three of these, and it didn't really help. And then there was Christmas Mission. Which also had no real intel. But like the movie names are the only things that I've got about her. Let's search for Red Roottree. Found information on a website about strange historical facts. Aloysius Herring Roottree, aka Red, was an appointed judge and politician who earned his nickname ironically because he was the ambassador to Ireland for only 6 days. He served what some people contend is the shortest term in history. A few days after he was appointed, he was heard disparaging his position and the Irish people. He then tried to run for state senate. He claimed to be related to the Roottree Candy Company in a newspaper ad, but it came out that the last name was merely a coincidence, and he was defeated in a landslide. Okay. So he's worthless. He won't even go on our chart. He's just some random guy. Unless he is related. And they said he wasn't. Because they didn't want shame on the family name. Oh my god, he totally is related. I'm calling it now. He actually is related. Yeah, totally. However, that doesn't really help us right now. Yeah, he's the prime suspect. Doesn't really help us now, though. Red herring. I don't believe you, game. I don't believe you that he's a red herring. I think he's a green herring. Can't trick me with your UI. Okay, Jim Roottree. James Roottree is a singer who sings in the duo Jim and Diamond with his wife Diamond LaRue. The duo, according to many sources you find, is considered a one-hit wonder due to the disco song Rollin' On Down to the City. Although Jim writes the majority of songs, plays the guitar, and often sings, Diamond is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer. The band never had another hit, but has its fans, who refer to themselves as Diamond's Dazzlers. The rest of their music is more folksy and acoustic than the one song they were known for. Jim and Diamond have continued to release music through the 80s and early 90s. Other albums you find mentioned are Cherry Tree and Sound of Laughter. Jim has become a bit of a recluse and hasn't made a public appearance since 1996. Okay. That's interesting. Doesn't really tell us much. Diamond LaRue. That's just the same intel. Let's search for Rollin' On Down to the City. It's just the same intel again. This is all just going to be the same intel, isn't it? Yeah. And a lot of results for foliage. Yeah, that's fair. Aha, we got their pictures. Rolling on Down to the City was barely a top 20 hit for a few weeks in 1979. According to the liner notes, it satirizes how a part of society was content to remain indifferent to economic inflation and civil unrest in the Middle East, unless pop culture tricked them into caring. Somewhat ironically, listeners didn't seem to pay attention to the lyrics enough to trick them into caring. Instead, most of its play came from roller discos. Because it was such a product of its time, it doesn't get much play anymore, even on stations that play oldies. This image is from an auction for a sealed copy. It has a sticker that says, "Only the great-grandson of Elias Roottree could make disco this sweet." It's credited to Peter Janowitz from MMM. Okay. The lyrics of this song contain no clues. Yeah, okay. Who are you, Peter Janowitz? Modern Music Monthly. New periodical added. Cool. Thing is, that's cool that we got their pictures and their names, but we don't know who they are, right? We don't know who they are. This person got divorced twice. Crazy. I really want... There's two things that I really want. Three, I guess. One is this spouse. Also, some intel about their kids would be great. This extra picture of Raina Roottree. And this extra picture of Carl Roottree. But I just don't have either. Sadly. But I think once we hit 9, it might give us some more... What did you expect the song to end with? Partial genealogy? Yeah, it's a good point. I think once we hit 9, we're going to unlock some more tools, so I shouldn't get too hung up on this stuff. Let's just keep searching for starred people. Oh wait, can we listen to the song?
We're rolling, rolling, rolling on down to the sea.
Cool. Lauren.
Saturday night and you're quite a sight. The world might be burning, but I'm feeling right. Making ends meet, stay right tight. We can't afford gas, so we skate in the streets. Guys all but
Author Lauren Roottree, a distant relative of the Roottrees sisters, is known for her book A Life Between Wars. According to a website about famous authors, in the early 1960s, Lauren released a few romance novels under her married name, Lauren Rafferty. When a publisher learned she'd been keeping diaries about her famous family, they insisted she release them under her original name. Selection of diary entries released as A Life Between Wars spans from the untimely death of her husband in World War II to coping with the post-war world as a young widow and mother, as well as her perspectives on changing times and socialites, all the way through the entry to Vietnam. While the content's not considered particularly relevant, it's found new life as an exercise in high school English classes to show an evolution in writing style. Ooh! After the success of her diaries, her publisher re-released her romance novels under the name Lauren Roottree. This included Romance in Court. She also followed the re-release by writing 2 new sequels, creating the Court Jester series. Lauren is retired.
Politicians at large are hopeless. The bankers in charge are all clowns. The party's so better than gold.
So her husband died.
Signs up while we boogie down, 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 down. Guys all rush to say that I'm pretty. Ladies
Her husband died, huh?
so witty. They're out of luck tonight. What a
I wonder if split up is the same as died. I guess so. I guess so. That doesn't help then, 'cause it could be any of these. Poop. Poop, poop, poop. It did say a distant relative of the Roottree sisters. Distant relative, huh? Distant relative. Maybe it's her. It's definitely a starred person, which actually really narrows it down. Split up is separated willingly, widowed not so much. Yeah, I know, but there's no UI here for widowed. I guess maybe they just keep it as married if the person died. Yeah, I could believe that. If it's a starred person, which it is, then we've not got that many options, really. Distantly related, that's as distant as it gets, but that's not really evidence. Let's go with Miracle Jr. Found a website for the Miracle Network, a production company run by the Miracle Roottree estate. It's quite bare bones, but has the following blurb. Witness the testimonies of the Miracle's Roottree. Miracle Roottree arrived so late in his mother's life that doctors swore he wouldn't survive his first year. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle because they thought him impossible. Thank you. That means you are Miracle Roottree. With a birth that late, the final child of his generation was nearly torn apart by countless health problems. But still, with the power of God on his side, he persevered. Nice. He triumphed over these complications and even regained his sight to spread the healing word of the Almighty. 23 years later, Miracle Roottree Jr. arrived and became the famous family's second vessel for the higher power. At 18, he unburdened himself from the Roottree name and took his father's testimony to a whole new level. By the power of television, Miracle Jr. spread the gospel among the entirety of New England. He has since left the life of glamour and glitz behind to reach those places that need it most. The power of the Lord, coming to a town near you. Cool. Witness the power of the Lord in the summer 96. 3 generations of miracle tours. Featuring testimony from world famous Miracle Jr. and a special appearance from Miracle Roottree in his 68th year on God's earth. Children now welcome. Celebrate with your pastor, Miracle Third, and his wife, Nicole. Okay, so this doesn't give us a picture of the parent, but it does give us a picture of Miracle the Third. Pretty cool suit. And, okay, Miracle Roottree. That means you're Miracle Jr. And that means you are Miracle the Third. We have your picture. We have your picture. Your occupation is, what, preacher? And yours is preacher. Yes! I'm glad it confirmed her, because I wasn't actually sure about that. Okay, lady, give us access to some new tools, please.
You're on a roll. I'll try to keep that momentum going. Carl's office was a mess, thanks to some burst pipes. But I unearthed a photo from a 1970s Roottree reunion. I also found some important-looking papers.
Cool.
You've traced 9 blood relatives so far. I'll have more to share after you find 9 more.
How do you know that? Why don't you just give us it all now? I thought this was important, lady. Why are you toying with us? Seems counterproductive. Whatever. Fine. What's our new evidence? Vote for Stephanie Jones for City Council. Better for Butler County. Stephanie Roottree. Has a handwritten note attached. Flyer about a candidate for local office, Stephanie Jones. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family, the Roottrees, to say the least. But in her words, it was still full of love. And now, 22 years later, with a baby of her own due around Christmas, her message for voters is simply, love is our future. The handwritten note says, Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting out a statement supporting Stephanie, she could use the publicity your daughters bring. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. CM, huh? Interesting. Then we got this. This photo has a note attached from your employer. Here's a bonus. When I pulled the water-damaged picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris. Gwyn and the boys. Oh, it's Gwyn and the boys. Who are the boys? Also, I should probably... Yoink! Gwyn and the boys, huh? Okay, that's just an update to the story. This photo was tucked inside an envelope. To Carl and Brenda, I'm sorry you were unable to attend the funeral. It's traditional to have it as soon as possible, and Ernie knows how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours, if you'd like to pay your respects, though it's not expected for those outside the faith to do so. Ernie was a man full of love, not only for his family, but for his family's legacy. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together, as well as how Carl has carried on for him after taking over. As for myself, it's impossible to express my gratitude enough for rescuing us from the panic and burden of endless bills. Though we caught it too late for him to get on the donor list, the company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. It went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. Up to the end, Ernie and I had to stay strong, especially for Nicole's sake. We could never have done that without the two of you fighting for us. Much love, Debbie. What? So I assume that's Nicole. I assume that's Debbie. And Debbie was married to Ernie? Oh my god. Hey look, it's that guy. This photo's gone crazy. This photo had a note attached from your employer. Every 20 or so years, the Roottrees would hold a big reunion and recreate an old family photo. This is the one from the 70s, and Carl's the teenager in the middle. Oh, it's the extra photo of Carl. On the back of the photo, in childish print writing, it says November. There's also a large number of cursive signatures. They include Bonnie, next President Guy Hudson, Ernie Jr., Caroline, Gwyneth M., Gwendolyn, Miracle Jr., Miracle Jr. Hey, Mr. Tools. Good to see you, man. Jim Roottree, Clark, Carl, and Eli M. Okay. Well, I guess this is our extra Miracle Jr. photo, which I appreciate. Was that him? Yeah, of course it was. Look at that hair. And it also got us our extra picture of Carl as a teenager. Kept literally the exact same hairstyle, presumably for his entire life. Didn't get us that. I doubt she was any of these. Don't think she was born then. That's handy though. Bonnie. Next President Guy Hudson. What an odd thing to sign as. Gwyneth M. Gwendolyn. I don't think we have any of them, but I assume that's Gwyneth M and that's Gwendolyn. Kind of a reasonable assumption if you think about it. Also, we didn't unlock any new. Didn't I get a new periodical? Modern Music Monthly. What was the guy's name? The singer? Jim Roottree. A review and interview from 1979 titled A Reluctant Hitmaker. Until a few years ago, Diamond and I were in C and J and J and D with my cousin and his ex. Oh. Clark never knew his father, so our grandpop insisted he spend time with my dad and me. As a result, Clark and I grew up like brothers. Diamond and Jane, on the other hand, are actually sisters. So the four of us had a sort of cutesy family band thing going on. Not our finest hour. Regardless, when Diamond walked in on Clark in bed with her and Jane's other sister, everything exploded. No more family band. The only thing Clark and I had in common was music, but even then, we never agreed what it should be. He was always more interested in catchy tunes, something you hum a week later. I've been told rollin' is like that. Yeah, keep rollin', 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 what? But that wasn't my goal. When he called me up and said he liked it, I took it as a sign I was going in the wrong direction. That made him laugh, but I'm trying to make art. I don't mind saying any of this, because he'd agree. For most of the decade he was a mess, but he's a lot happier now. He started Raffa Tunes, and he's a much better jingle writer than songwriter. One of the benefits of our famous family is a massive company willing to be a client. Nepotism, huh? That's also how my father was connected to Roottree. All his old ad campaigns were hung on the walls over the record player, but I was never interested. I just went straight for the music. I guess Clark was paying more attention. Okay, Jim. Clark Roottree. God damn it. Nothing relevant. But Clark never knew his father, huh? Clark never knew his father. Why? Thing is, I can't even find this freaking guy. He's a starred one. Which means he has to be this one or this one. But why would he have never known his father? Why would he have never known his father? Clark is an outsider. Yeah. I guess so. I really want to know who her goddamn husband is. Miracle the Third. I feel like I can get his spouse. Look, do I really need to write Roottree? Do I really need to say Miracle Roottree the Third? God damn it. Could her child be Clark? Yeah? Yeah? That'd make this guy Jim, probably. Cousin. No, cousins, right? They were cousins. Oh, try... Yeah. Arrgh! Damn you, Miracle Roottree the Third. Three 3.0. Look, I'm done trying to search for Miracle the Third. It said they were cousins, right? Now, we know that one of these starred guys is Jim. Good old Jimmy. We know that a starred guy is Jimmy. Which means either this guy or this guy is Jim. So if they're cousins... it's too far away, isn't it? Spider search. What happened to Google? Yeah! Back in 1998, it was all about Yahoo. At least for me it was. I'm not sure when I switched to Google. I used to be on the Yahoo chat rooms. Back in 98. Cousins, huh? That'd make him Clark, but he can't be Clark because we know Clark was married. Which means... well, it could make him Clark. They broke up because Clark was banging. This is totally Clark. Are there really going to be that many photos of Clark, though? Like, what did he even do? He wrote jingles. He was with someone. Then he was caught banging the sister, so maybe he got with the sister. Then something happened and he got with someone else. It's so crazy, it just might be true. It's a bit tenuous though, isn't it? Not that tenuous though, really. I don't like relying on the fact that it's a star to get my intel, but there's just no denying. It gave us that information, we should probably use it. Which would make this James Roottree, who is a musician. I don't think we have any pictures of James, unless he was in the crowd picture. Oh no, we do have a picture of James. And his wife. Do we know his wife's first name? Diamond LaRue. We have a picture of Diamond. And we have a picture of James. Ah, the system works. Were they married at the time? I think so. It did say that, right? Well, maybe it said that. Diamond and Jane are sisters. Jane LaRue! Probably Jane LaRue. But I was Yeah, I assume they were married. It is an assumption, but it's a pretty good one. Question is why he never knew his father, right? Why did you never know your father? It's a mystery. Is there only one more star we haven't got? Is Jim and James the same name? Yeah. Jim is short for James, which doesn't make a lot of sense, but it is. Like if I search for Jim Roottree, it brings up James. Jim has become a bit of a recluse. I want to look at that big picture. Jim Roottree is in this picture. Really? Which one of these is Jim? Okay, Jimmy boy, which one of these is you? I think it's this one. Hey look, that guy's got Eli as a name tag. Also, who the hell are these two? Hang on, I want to figure out who those two are. We can't even unlock his second pictures yet. Couldn't make the reunion. Wishing you well from Paris. Gwyn and the boys. When I pulled the water damaged picture of the free spirits out of the frame, this fell out too. Couldn't make the reunion. Gwyn and the boys. Paris, huh? So Gwyn had the boys, I guess. Cool, so that's Gwyn. We don't know the boys' names, though. Not sure how we'll get the boys' names. I feel like there should be some more books for us to find. Okay, on the assumption that there's a starman waiting in the sky. That has to be Lauren. It's a bit of a lame way to figure it out. But it has to be Lauren. Didn't I do a whole bunch of searching for Lauren and came up with jack shit? A Life Between Wars. Did I ever search for her book? Seems you've hit the jackpot here. This is a book occasionally taught in schools. You even find a hardcover edition for students that has a full page, high quality pictures in it. A summary of the contents, photos, and some particularly relevant entries from the diary have been added to your evidence. Nice! That does sound like the jackpot. A Life Between Wars. Lauren Roottree. And her husband, who died. The below are notes and observations you made while skimming through Lauren Roottree's diary. The book was published in 1965 and consists of diary entries that stretch from 1940 to 1965. The most important event that much of the diary and Lauren's thoughts revolve around was the loss of her husband, Jacob. Jacob died in the final months of World War II while Lauren was pregnant. This left her to raise her son Clark alone. Lauren never remarried and had only one child. So that adds up. This is Clark. Jack shit is someone else, yeah. He is a jingle maker. I feel like jingle maker is not an option. I guess I just say musician. Advertising. Jingle making is advertising, right? Which means he was married to Kerbal Space Program music. No, this is the game's music. It does have that Kerbal Space Program feel about it. LaRue. It was Jane LaRue, right? That he cheated on with the other sister. This is the Vab music from KSP. I don't have a memory for tunes that specifically. But it's the game's audio, so if it is, take it up with them, I guess. It does have that sort of feel to it, for sure. Okay, we have a picture of her, right? It's her. Lauren Roottree. What was her job? Totally Kerbal Space Program tune. You've heard it in someone else too. Oh, interesting. So maybe it's just like common whatever. I never noticed there was multiple tabs here. Now I need to check all my evidence to see if there's multiple tabs on anything else. She was the granddaughter of Elias and Gwyneth on her father's side. True. Her mother's family was called the Cossells, but she hardly ever mentions them. Her father, who she always refers to as Pop, was the head lawyer for the Roottrees Candy Company and helped write a legal document called the Clansaid Trust. It was him. It's clear from the context the Roottrees have internal shorthand names for the different generations of their family. Lauren uses them often. 5 pieces, the first generation of children. The next generation, Lauren's generation. The free spirits, the generation after Lauren's. Okay. What was his name again? Jacob. We don't know his first name. An entry entitled Complaints from Lauren Roottree's diary. This entry seems to focus specifically on one of Lauren's family members, Gwyn. Ooh, Gwyn! She's the actress. Seems everyone has something to complain about. Gwyn, as an only child, complained of loneliness. I told her that being expected to watch after 3 younger brothers didn't feel like a blessing, but it fell on deaf ears. During the summer, where I went to stay with her and Aunt Margot, I hoped she would be the sister I never had, and that I'd do the same for her. I even tried to dye my hair blonde to fit in with the 2 of them. What a mess, but she just complained. To her, I was the lucky cousin. Now she's off living the glamorous life while I'm stuck here with Clark. I must admit, seeing her everywhere contributes to my unhappiness. Her visage stares at me even now from my coffee table. She gets to be in Starlet and tell tales of how she gallivants around the world, kissing the likes of Harrison Lane and Wild Bill Williams. She's the first Roottree woman to be anything other than a housewife, and I am jealous. If I were not a single mother, could I make my own way in this world? What? But I'm off topic. A girl with all the luck in the world was jealous of me. And now, though I've been undoubtedly burdened by terrible tragedy, I'm also lucky to be born into a family that can support me for eternity. I can raise a child without worry, unlike countless other widows. If any of them would hear me complaining, they would rightfully scoff, just like I do at Gwyn. I don't know if they would scoff. I mean, your husband died, right? Then again, it is like 8 years later. I feel like there was some intel here. Starlet. It didn't tell me that I've unlocked this, but... Thank you. Gwyn Roottree was often in Starlet. Most mentions were around the time of her divorce in 1958 from Wild Bill Williams. Yes! Well, well, well. Williams. It's probably his stage name. Shit. Bill Williams. Don't make me put Wild in there. That's not his name. Lame. Honestly, Google back in 1998. I mean, Spider Search. Found some information on a website about old films. Wild Bill Williams was the leading man of some non-notable movies. He appeared in an adventure movie called Fortune Favors the Grave, which is yet to be released for home audiences. He was known for his good looks and off-screen romances, specifically with blondes. He was married 4 different times to 4 different actresses. There's a famous Hollywood rumor that he even approached Marilyn Monroe, and she was already aware of his reputation. Wild Bill grew up in Paris, France. He returned there often. That's why she was in Paris. I sure would like to know Wild Bill's real name, though. Fortune favors the grave. It's just the same page. Poop! Damn it, Wild Bill! Okay, well, we can come back to him. Margot. So that means her mother's name is Margot, but we don't know whether it's... We don't know which one of these it is. Catch you later, Eves. We don't know which of these it is. Is Margot the bloodline relative or the shitty spouse? Could go either way. Dynasty. An entry entitled Dynasty. Nice. It focuses on the day her grandfather Elias announced he would step down as president and the meeting to determine his successor. I wish I'd been a fly on the wall today. Clancy told me everyone got quite heated. Grandad was furious none of his sons would take over as president. But that's what he gets for holding on to it so long. With architects, preachers, and lawyers, nobody's got time for candy. So with the 5 pieces refusing to step up, it came down to us next gens. Pop argued at length the company should stay with our branch of the family, since we still have the Roottree name. I'm not even sure Clancy would have wanted it, but he's the one who was volunteered. Instead it ended up going to Zach. Even though his surname doesn't match the candy, he's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. I'm not sure how that's relevant to running a company, but Grandad has always had a very particular view when it came to his bloodline. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. After all, Angie's older than Zach, and I'm next oldest of all of us, but he just laughed. I'll never forget the cuss words Pop used when he told Ma it wouldn't go to us. Mother, ever the quick-witted, at least with catty remarks, countered back, maybe they wanted it to go to the only member of the family who looks like he samples the product. Okay. A lot of intel in this one. I mean, this guy's called Zach. But his name is not Roottrie. Did I know they put out a PoE 2 patch? I did know, yeah. Certainly did. I'm taking a break from PoE 2 for a while. I've done that campaign too many times. I need to take some time before I do it again. But when I do, I'll probably stream it, now that I'm back to streaming. We know this guy's called Zach. We don't know his last name. We know he's kinda chubby. Let's keep looking through our evidence. Sam. From previous entry, you learn Elias Roottree had given in to his wife and announced that Sam, an obscure relative, was to be included in family gatherings. Gwyneth had been pushing to include Sam for quite some time. Why Sam? I have many distant relatives I've never met. After all, Granny had sisters, and Grandad had a brother or two. But I was told, trim their branches from the family tree. So why is Sam special? Nothing adds up, and I'm not the only one to realise. Angie summoned all the next gens to a secret meeting in Zach's office. Gwyn's in Paris, but the rest of us, including Miracle's boys, spent ages trying to unravel the mystery. None of us had even met Sam until Uncle Junior's wedding to Patsy last year. At the reception, when I asked who Sam was, Pop shushed me and said it was complicated. Clancy swore he saw Sam working alongside the farmhands E.C. and John when he used to drive past the old Anderson farm on his way to work. EC? Eli something? Upon hearing that, Zach checked the records and managed to confirm all 3 are on the books. Eli, Miracle's youngest, even chimed in. Apparently when he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm a few weeks ago, Sam gave him some old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. None of us think that proper for a multitude of reasons, but Eli seems thrilled. At the end of the day, nothing explains why an outsider has cozied into family affairs, especially one who works on the farm of all places. Whatever happened to blood is thicker than syrup? Why is Grandad making an exception now? That means this guy is Eli, right? Miracle's youngest, not my brother. Ooh, there's 2 Elis. Miracle's youngest. Well, shit, there's 3 Elis. EC. EC. Is a farmer. And is probably this guy with Eli written on him. Although that could be the other Eli. But I don't think it is because of their age, right? She said not my Eli, which implies one of her kids is called Eli. Cool. So if I can get one more, or if I can get Lauren Roottree's occupation, which I can, it's housewife. But that means I've got something wrong. Fair play. Maybe that's not a picture of you. I think you are Elias C, though. I doubt there's going to be anything on the internet about him. If he just worked on the farm. No. Okay, we've still got loads of evidence to go through. It has to be EC, right? Kind of weird that she'd call him EC there and then call him Eli there, though. Clark. Woo! I feel like we might know most of this. Clark's getting married, and in my opinion, far too young. He's barely 18, for God's sake, and Danielle isn't much older. But openly confronting them would make me a hypocrite. After all, Jacob and I got married at 16. Clark, like the rest of his generation, is a free spirit. What else do you call a group of kids growing up with more money than any one person can spend? They all aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. The only one who had any discipline is Carl. That's because Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Clancy, huh? Gonna play Deliverance 2? Yeah! I never beat Deliverance 1. Your name is Clancy. And we know that you're the only one who kept the name. Now I'll grant you, apparently I've got another Clancy somewhere. Do I really have another Clancy? This person's in use elsewhere. I don't remember a Clancy. Oh, Clancy. We should make you Clancy Jr. Awesome. Might be easier to beat it if I pick up a weapon. Well, it wasn't that it was difficult, right? It was, I got distracted. He was not president. And he was pissed about it. But we don't know what he was. I don't know if we have a picture of him. Clancy Roottree Jr. Let's do a quick search for him. Nothing, huh? Poop. Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. Maybe I'm just getting old, but our generation was never so bad. My brothers all seemed to pursue paths of knowledge, and the most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. Pop seems to have gotten over it, because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. As for me, my first published book, Swashbuckle My Heart, is based on the pirate stories I used to invent with Jacob when we were walking in the woods after school. I think he'd be proud that Clark and I are carrying on his name. Even my cousins are doing well. Zach's not a bad president after all. She's an author! Zach's not a bad president after all, and his sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Gwyn is Gwyn, but at least she came out of the divorce with her head held high. She even told us she might come home next year. She's an author! She's an author! Which means maybe I was right about that other guy. Look, you're getting your picture back, Elias. Look, you're losing your picture, Elias. I'm sorry. Okay. Well, we've still got plenty of clues going on. There's 17 intuition on this. That's crazy. Zach. We don't know Zach's last name. Right, well, what's this? Lauren's diary contains some labelled picture. This is the 5 pieces. Nice. That's Miracle the First. This picture was famous in our left. Pop even had it framed. That's him on the left. It was taken in 1935 to celebrate the move to the new warehouse that Eli Jr. designed. Eli Jr. was an architect. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. We were told only the 5 pieces, which really didn't go over too well. Eventually, I suppose to stop the tantrums, they posed us in front of the camera with Mr. Morden. I found out years later they never even took a second photo. Damn. I knew I could get that background guy. Don't know who it is. But it's someone. Okay, these are the 5 pieces. So, how many of the 5 pieces do we know? Only one of them, really. Miracle, who was a preacher. Yes! Whew. Praise the Lord. Very cool. Now, theoretically, we can figure out a photo of her father? Eli. Hang on. Where is it? E is for elderberry, second. So that means this dude is Eli Jr. Who was an architect. And was the guy on the left? No. Pop was on the left, so he's Clancy. Which means he's Eli. Don't know who this guy is. Viking-looking mother effer. That's 2 more done already. We just need another one. I really feel like we could get that full. Gwendoline. Which one would be Gwendoline? Who's older? This one or this one? I don't know. But I'm pretty sure Gwendoline is blonde. Because no, Margot is blonde. Who the hell is Margot? I guess Margot's the other one. Margolite is the blonde. Which means Gwendoline is the other one. Don't know what her occupation was, though. Actually, no, I do. She was a housewife. Didn't she say that all of the ladies, the Roottree ladies before her had been a housewife? Nice. I'm killing it. We're on a roll. Booyah indeed.
It's time for your headlines. Once an hour, every hour, on the 45. It's a bizarre development to an already tragic tale. In the wake of the accident that took his life, some of Carl Roottree's belongings have apparently gone missing. Most notably, a framed photo of the Roottree family from the mid-1970s that
I've
Carl
got that.
had on his office wall. We interviewed a local psychologist about who would do such a thing and why. For that article, search online for WRTD News. Again, that's WRTD.
Okay, I can take a hint. WRTD News is your local investigative jazz radio station. They've been talking about the plane crash. This most recent hour, they also talked about a picture taken from Carl's office. Yeah. During the interview, it's revealed there wasn't a break-in. Someone with a key to the office took the picture after discovering the pipes burst due to the recent storm. Yeah. This means it was likely someone close to the family who was aware of the photo's history and wanted to save it. The psychologist goes on to posit the culprit had an alternate agenda, specifically because nobody in the family has come forward to say they have it in their possession. The comment below the article says, "Don't believe their lies. This is just another instance of the Roottree curse being a real true thing. I bet you Carl was murdered and the picture had evidence on it." I don't know about that. Can we search for the Roottree curse? Ooh! There's a long, rambly conspiracy website with very small, very red text on a black background, classic, that says the Roottrees are cursed. It's been very recently updated with the following. Important update. With Carl and Brenda and their girls, that makes 5 new deaths. Not only that, but 3 of the 5 presidents of the Roottree company have died mysteriously. They say Guy's car was hit by a drunk driver in 1982, but nobody was arrested. Then Ernie Madsen Jr. stepped down. Was he poisoned? I mean, that's not a death, man. Come on. Now, just this week, Carl died in a plane crash. This cannot be a coincidence. Hey, Viper! Yeah, that's fair, man. I am indeed feeling better. Mostly. There's another entry that claims if you connect the dots in the pattern of the 5 pieces wrapper, it creates a Mayan ruby skull. A secret message meant to subliminally scare people away. The post before that has a link to a site that talks about how Earth has 4-corner simultaneous 4-day time cubes. The author of this site seems to agree. Relevance? An entry from a few months ago claims the owner of the site received an email from Chris Raff75 at prodigy.us asking him to take down his site with fake proof that Ernie Madsen Jr. actually had a heart condition, and wasn't poisoned. The owner claims, although the proof looks credible, he knows the proof was fake because he's an expert at creating fake evidence. The first entry is from 1996 and has a blurry picture of the Roottree Candy Company factory, seemingly taken by the website's author from behind a fence and through some trees. It seems Operation RT-29 is real. I witnessed a helicopter land on February 29th, 1996. The website footer says, all images and ideas by Thomas Overwood. Operation RT-29. Oh wow, we're going down a rabbit hole here. You find more conspiracy websites. Some people out there claim the Rootrees are changing the candy recipe to include more and more chemicals, and that this was done in cooperation with bad actors from an unknown government. They claim due to a loophole in the calendar, it's possible to get away with nearly any crime on a leap day, so long as it isn't discovered until after the day is over. And that every 4 years, on a leap year, the Roottree company hosts a meeting with foreign agents to conspire to poison our children. Yeah, that sounds credible. Yeah, get. Catch you later, Viper. Oh shit, hang on. I'm about to have a coughing spree. I'll be right back. Oh, that's better. Their proof is that Roottree candies contain polyglycerol polyricinolate, an ingredient of the candy that wasn't there when it first released. They claim it's added in an attempt to addict people and eventually induce mind control. The website claims to sell pills that counteract this effect for children that have already eaten Roottree candy in the past. You do an additional search for polyglycerol polyricinolate, and it seems to be an emulsifier in chocolates approved by the FDA and widely used across many products. Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's not a mind control drug. Okay, so that rabbit hole gave us nothing. Except that Ernie Madsen Jr. was a president. And Guy was a president, but we knew that. And can we get any intel on Thomas Overwood? Thomas Overwood seems to have a few different sites about mysterious deaths and curses. In addition to the Roottree curse, you find one about the truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's plague is returning in 2000. No, that doesn't make sense. Otherwise it'd be I guess, okay, no, maybe it does. And in the year 2000, anyone who has drunk Spirit Cola will die. Another website is Stock Markets and the Devil's Numbers, which claims if you multiply any stock's price by 666, then also multiply the current year by that same stock price, then add those two numbers together and divide the entire total by the stock price, and finally subtract the current year, you'll always end up with 666. Okay. I'll be right back. I am back. Took some medicine. Got myself a drink. Let's search for Spirit Cola. Nothing to do with the Roottrees. Well, not unless you're conspiratorially inclined. Okay, look, this rabbit hole is not helping us. You! You're the guy. And you're the guy. Lauren's diary contains some labelled pictures. This is The Next Generation. An attempt to recapture the spirit of the 5 pieces photo with our generation. For old time's sake, we gathered on the warehouse floor. I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left, since to me, he looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. But I was outvoted by my brothers. They insisted the 4 of us stand together, so we clumped up in the middle and let everyone filter in behind and in front of us. The only one too good to make an appearance was Gwyn. Grandma insisted we include Sam, even if we didn't want to. None of us understood why, including Sam. I also didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. I guess my inner child still holds a grudge, even after all these years. Yeah, I knew that was Miracle. I guess that's maybe Sam. That's Lauren. Don't know who half of these are, but I know who this is. I don't know his name. But I know he was president, and I know he was the second born of Gwendolyn. He would have been the second president. Actually, maybe I do know his name. Was he the one who had the heart attack? Shit, where's that conspiracy website? Ernie Madsen Jr. Madsen! Did I know his name was Ernie? I feel like I did. Maybe his name's not Ernie, maybe it's Eli. Anyway, we got a second picture of good old Miracle. We don't know who Miracle married. We don't know who Margot married, but we know she was a housewife. Ernest Madsen Jr. I'm gonna search for his name. I'm sure there is a thread that took me down there, but shit, was that even his name? Madsen. Really? I know there was some evidence that linked them. Something talking about how he was fat. Was it the diary entries? Succession. Zach! Shit, man, his name's Zach, not Ernie. That means I don't know if his last name is Madsen. It's definitely him, though. It's definitely Zach. Now, I could just write in Zach, and the autocomplete would probably do it for me. But I want to know his last name without just getting it auto-completed. I think that's fair. Why it's saying there's 6 clues from this bit of evidence? It's only the radio, right? But that didn't... That just took us down the Roottree curse pipeline. Which I feel like didn't have anything in it. Guy. Yeah, there's not any useful intel in that rabbit hole. Not really. Right, I want to find out who her husband is. Gwendolyn Roottree. Did I spell that right? Yeah. I guess why would there be... Why would there be articles about a housewife? Elias Roottree Jr., yeah, he made the Hunched-Top House. Clancy Roottree Jr. would have been in that picture. Clancy. Architects, preachers, and lawyers. Architects, preachers, and lawyers, huh? Lawyer. Preacher. Architect. Yeah, I guess that all adds up. Fair enough. Clancy. What the hell did Clancy do? Margot, we already sorted. We don't know Wild Bill Williams' real name. Says there's 2 clues in here. Two clues in here, huh? Starlet. Wild Bill Williams. It's so crazy it just might work. His real name is Walter Forsythe. Yes. Okay. Tell me more, game. Second is an interview. He doesn't mention her by name. You can determine from context he's talking about Gwyn Roottree. Nice. An apology to the ladies. I'm actually taken. Earlier this year, I did a friend a favour. He was directing a war movie and asked me to play a small part. Wouldn't you know it, the son of a bitch cut me from the picture. I'm just ribbing. It wasn't his fault. Apparently the studio didn't want to pay for a star of my calibre. I got the last laugh though. I met someone. She spent most of the film crying. She was playing a soldier's wife. But even through the tears, she was incredible. I know I tend to have a reputation, but this one's true love. Ironically, the third is a rumour that his divorce from Gwyn was due to multiple affairs, including one with another actress. An American reader on vacation in Paris claims to have overheard Wild Bill and Gwyn arguing in public while she was holding a baby and visibly pregnant. Not long after, Gwyn announced she was divorcing Wild Bill and also that she was pregnant again, giving this rumour more credibility. Okay. Cool. Doesn't help us, but cool. We need to know her kids' names. Her kids' names. Her kids' names. And who the hell is Sam? Eli. I'm pretty sure this is true. His name is Zach something. But not Roottree. I reckon it probably is Mar thingy. Marson. Just because there was so many Marsons in that list. And wow. There's quite a lot here that would go down the Marson route. But I would like some actual evidence that his name is something Marson. Sadly, that's something I'm missing right now. Morden, not Marden. Morden, who was there with Gwendolyn. Ah, Morden. He's Morden then. But we don't know his first name. We don't know his first name. We don't know his first name, huh? But that does tell me, even if we don't know his first name, that does tell me that this is Zach Morden. Look, I'm gonna be honest. That's really annoying. Because she only spelt it Z-A-C. I think it's reasonable that his name was Zachariah, but she was like, I'm not calling him Zachariah. We'll call him Zach. As opposed to him being Zachariah, him being Zach, and going, I'm not calling him Zach. Let's call him Zachariah. That logic is reasonable. Pseudo-reasonable. Except that it doesn't say there's any pictures of this fool. Which is very weird, because we explicitly have a picture of him. And look, it'd be hidden away. It'd tell us, right? It'd tell us that there are pictures of him. I don't know what to believe anymore. I really feel like there should be a picture of him, because that's what this is. It's Mr. Morden, who was there with Gwendolyn. Zachariah Morden? How'd I get Wilson? Did I really put Wilson? Okay, look, I'll be honest. That doesn't make sense. The reason I didn't actually bother to remember the last name. But I know that this guy is called Zach. So I guess he is Zachariah Morden. Right, they've got different last names. Good call, Icarus. That would have confused the fuck out of me. I didn't bother checking the last names. I saw they were both Zach and assumed... Well, I just assumed. I assumed they had the same last name. Cool. Doesn't help us know the father's name. So that's 1 done. 2 done. So we need a 3rd one to get them verified, and we're going to get another knock on the door. I would love to know his first name. Maybe that's not Mr. Morden. Maybe that's just someone else. This. I never got anything out of this. Ernie died. Ernie and Debbie. Ernie and Debbie. Carl has carried on for him after taking over. Oh, Ernie had heart problems, right? Yeah, Ernie had heart problems. Ernie and Brenda. No, Ernie and Nicole. Ernie and Debbie had a kid called Nicole. They were presumably quite close to Carl. Carl took over from Ernie. Wait, hold up. Yeah, Debbie, okay. Ernie. I don't think I've got Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. is probably one of these. One of these two. It's almost certainly this one. Because they have a kid. Who would be Debbie. Thing is, in the picture... Who the hell is this? Who the hell are these? I assumed it was Nicole and Debbie. But I'm really starting to doubt that. Because I'm pretty sure Debbie is pretty old. Maybe Ernie was her father. He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together. You three, huh? He had an immense amount of pride for the work you three did together. So that's talking about Brenda, Carl, and Ernie, I guess. I think he has to be Ernie. And that picture just isn't related. I think. Pretty sure he's Ernest Madsen. Well, that throws that theory out. Madsen? Well, that Madsen really threw a spanner in the works. You know, I really do believe that Elias C. Roottree, the farmer, is this guy. Although I'll grant you, he might not be a farmer. Where was that, that note? When he was riding his mini bike alongside the farm, Sam gave him old tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. So maybe Eli isn't a farmer. All I know about Eli is that he had a bike. And that he did work at the farm. That doesn't necessarily make him a farmer. He looks more like a mechanic, honestly. Okay, look, I actually don't know. I'm gonna mark this guy as unknown. I'm starting to lose faith that that is the same Eli. I need to know her kids. Clancy's other kids. Clancy Jr. I feel like not that picture. This picture. This contains the 4, right? These 4, I believe, are these 4. Does that help us? Not really. I wonder what Carl Roottree's father did. Poop, man. I feel like there was many threads that I didn't pull on, but now I can't remember what they were. And I stopped taking notes. Who the hell is Elias Herring Roottree? Oh, that was Red. That was the fake out. Clancy Trust. Who wrote the Clancy Trust again? Head lawyer. Clancy Edward Roottree was a lawyer. Did I know that? I already put that in, didn't I? Yeah. I need to know Clancy Jr. Jim is Carl's cousin and has a daughter around the same age as Raina. Yeah. Ernie Jr. is Carl's second cousin. Second cousin. People that share the same great-grandparents, but not the same grandparents. Well, I'll be honest, that doesn't massively help. Let's do a search for Zachariah Morden. We haven't gone down the Morden line. Did I spell that wrong? It's got a H. God damn it. Really? There's nothing on the World Wide Web about Zachariah Morden. Alright. Really? There's nothing on the World Wide Web about Zachariah Morden. But he was the president of the company. This Morden tree is really hard to break into. And who the hell is Sam? Eli is one of... Eli's one of the second generation. Eli. You know where there was loads of clues that I ignored? In these goddamn journals. Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Who the hell is Edward? Who the hell is Edward? I don't know any Edwards. There's Clancy Edward. Well, he's called Clancy, so I assume another one of them was called Edward. I don't know which, though. Edward Roottree was a lawyer. So it's Edward and Eli, but we don't know which is which. Except we kind of do. Because we know that Eli had a daughter, which means this can't be Eli, which means this has to be Eli. I think they were the four grouped in the photo. I have 2 women and 2 guys. No. Well, no. It's these 4 grouped in the photo. Because she said the others came in the front and the back. The front and the back. With little Sam, whoever Sam is. So I think it's these 4. And then it said, I wanted Eli to stand all the way on the left because he looked like Pop did in the old one. So, which one of these looks like someone from the old one. Yeah, there is another woman, but she's in the foreground, and I think it's her. Well, maybe not, but it's definitely someone. I guess he looks quite similar to... I don't know, I've got 0 visual memory, so it's very hard for me to compare the two images. But we know that he's Eli, right? No, looks like Pop. But yeah, that's... So someone looked like him in the new photo. Someone looks like him in the new photo, and that someone is Eli. It's got to be him, right? It's got to be him. Well... yeah, almost certainly. But that wouldn't make sense. Because he's clearly younger than him. Is there any way of claiming that this kid looks like this guy? Waistcoat. He's not even wearing a waistcoat. He looked a lot like Pop did in the old one. He doesn't look anything like Pop did in the old one. None of them do, really. Thing is, I'm basing this all on Eli being the name of this guy. And I was basing that on the War Diaries. Wow, there's 14 clues in this one. Who the hell is Uncle Junior? Eli. No, wait, it wasn't in the War Diaries. It was in here. Ernie! Shoot, man. Which means my logic is all out of whack. Also, we haven't pulled on this Stephanie Jones thread. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. So who the hell is James Roottree's father? I'm sure I had a second photo of James Roottree. Also, I wish I knew her spouse's last name. I mean, I guess it's Rafferty. Did I get that just by typing in Clark, and then there was no other Clarks? That's a bit lame. So he's Jacob Rafferty. Lauren Roottree. I feel like I've got a second picture of her. It's her, I think. Somewhat stands to read. Who the hell is that? Oh, that's Stephanie Thingy. It's a real shame that that's black and white. I'd love to see her eye colour. But I'm pretty sure that's her. Clark Rafferty. I don't think anything's going to come up in a search for Clark Rafferty. Oh! He used to make music. An album called These Times. But that's right, they did used to make music. Picture? Someone with the username XXXDieHardDazzlerXXX scanned the cover and noted it cost him over $200 at auction. Apparently this was Jim Roottree and Diamond LaRue's first song together. He also mentions it was performed with Jim's cousin and Diamond's sister, and that it was only somewhat similar to Jim and Diamond's later works. You can't find anything else about XXXDieHardDazzlerXXX, the band or the single, so all that's left to do is add the scan to your evidence. Nice. After a blazing fast 35-minute download, the track is also available. Cool. These times. Okay. Folk style songwriting. Catchy. The lyrics of the song contain no clues. Fair enough. Let's give it a listen. And which one of these is Clark? I'm pretty sure it's him. Because that's Jim, right? That's totally Jim. One, two, three. I've got something wrong. I've got something wrong. I don't have confirmation she was a housewife. Well, it was heavily implied. Advertising, he could be a musician. But he did switch to advertising. And this one is correct. Maybe he is a musician. He wrote jingles. Which I think is advertising. I really do think it's advertising. then what have I got wrong? Maybe she wasn't a housewife? But the reason I think she is a housewife is when I look at complaints. Is it complaints? She's the first Roottree woman to be anything other than a housewife. Which means she has to be a housewife. But he is Zach. Although I'll grant you, the Morden connection is pretty vague. He may be Zach Wilson, and she might have married a Wilson. But the Morden connection comes from the fact that that Morden guy showed up with Gwendolyn, right? To the picture. Mr. Morden, who was there with Gwendolyn. Although it's a bit weird that she wouldn't say, like, Uncle whatever his name is, instead of Mr. Morden. Let's search for Zach Wilson. Nothing, huh? Okay, look. I'm pretty sure that is Zachariah Morden. But I'm not totally sure. It could be Wilson. I could metagame it by typing Wilson. And then typing Morden. 5 versus 4, huh? Could go either way. Poop. I just don't know. I know he's one of them, but I don't know which. I need a fourth person. I'm sure this is right. Didn't the curse clue list presidents? It did, yeah. The Roottree curse. Guy. Ernie Madsen Jr. It doesn't mention Zach, but we know that Zach was. Zach was the second president. We get that from the thing where they're talking about dynasty. It ended up going to Zach. His surname doesn't match. He's the firstborn son of the firstborn 5-piece. So it's definitely Zach. We just don't know which it is. And the curse doesn't mention him. Guy. Well. Poop, man. I feel like there should be more entry points. Like, I should be able to find out who James Roottree's father is. Granted, there's like zero intel on James Roottree's father. Clancy Edward Roottree. I don't think I've searched for him. Yeah, he wrote the Clan Said Trust. Roottrees versus RR and the 5-piece guarantee. RR. I feel like RR came up somewhere else, like really early on. When we were looking at actors. But not Gwyn. There was another actor we were looking at. Was this back when I was taking notes? Ernie Jr. is Carl's second cousin. Which implies that Ernie Jr. is not one of these. Which doesn't make sense because didn't she say that Ernie Jr. No, it was Eli. I keep getting Eli and Ernie mixed up. Jim Roottree had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. Yeah. Carl and his second cousin Ernie Jr. spearheaded Root. Second cousin Ernie Jr. There's something I'm missing that's going to crack this case wide open. The question is, what is it? RR Productions. Ron Roottree, Robbie Roottree. There's not much relevant information about Robbie Roottree. In a comment thread on a message board about television cliches, you find a thread called "Why Was Brother Trouble Cancelled?" One user speculates, I think it's because the writing went really downhill in season 2. They actually had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers. Another person replied, maybe it's due to the rumour about Robbie Roottree in Silver Screen magazine. Ooh! What? I really don't want to spell it wrong. Maybe it's due to the rumor about Robbie Roottree in Silver Screen magazine. Silver Screen. Damn it, that seems like it should be a thing. It's one word. Nice. A small rumors article from 1992 that claims that television screenwriter Robbie Roottree was allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in a French court of law. It seems he allegedly embezzled from the company RR Productions to fuel a gambling habit that left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. He then fled to Paris, where he grew up, and then allegedly assaulted an officer who came to question him. The article's author says they were unable to get a statement from French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source and were able to confirm through public record that there was a trial involving a Robert Roottree around the time that Brother Trouble was cancelled. Robert Roottree, huh? Oh, so that's probably why. I don't know where the hell Robert Roottree fits into this, but that's probably why the other one wanted him out the picture, right? What was his name? Ron. Ron probably wanted him out the picture, out of the list of succession or whatever. Because Robbie screwed over their company. It all makes sense. Yeah, the Roottrees versus RR. RR would be, well, significant crime against a fellow family member. I guess embezzling from a company that you both presumably own is arguably a crime against a fellow family member. Sort of. Thing is, that doesn't really help us. Because we don't know who RR or Robbie Roottree are. Could be anyone. However, now that we know his name's Robert Roottree, you better believe we can search for him. Well, so much for that. I wonder if Silver Screen magazine knows anything about Gwyn Roottree. No, not really. Poop. I want to know her kids' names. I want to know her kids' names. Ooh. Hey, did I never read this? The power of a name is undeniable. My grandfather constantly preached the importance of family names and honouring them. My father decided to bless me with a famous name. There's nothing wrong with Cornwall, but Roottree has power. My husband goes by Wild Bill. It's an infamous name he repurposed for himself because he didn't have the benefit of being born with a famous one. But Wild, combined with the alliteration Williams, is incredibly memorable. Although we've relocated to Paris, I know your readers love to keep up with my husband, so consider this a style exclusive about both of us. Wild Bill and I have a child on the way, and we're sticking with Roottree for the last name, not Williams. But we also plan to lean into alliteration. That's how we'll honour both of our family names for the next generation. Robbie Roottree? Oh my god, they were brothers! Rob and Robbie! Ron and Robbie. Hey, I knew it. Ron and Robbie Roottree are her kids. Also, it's really starting to make me think that his name is not Walter Forsyth. But it is Walter Forsyth. And what the hell was she going on about Cornwall? Oh, I guess her father's name is Cornwall. Something Cornwall. Which we could probably just use process of elimination. How many Cornwalls can there be? There's only one. Linus Cornwall. It's a bit cheap doing that. It's a bit cheap doing that. I don't like that this gives you all the names. It's pretty uncouth, in my opinion. That being said, we do know it's him. But I would like to prove that it's him. I just don't know how I would prove it. I don't know if the game intends for me to use process of elimination. Because I couldn't find anything on Margalite Roottree. So I don't know how I'd find anything on Linus Cornwall. So we know these two are Robbie and Ron. I wonder why they've got a border around them. How mysterious. How do we know which is which? Ron Roottree. Yeah. He's the one who got shafted by Robert. But I guess Robert got shafted in the long run, because he's not on the internet. Thing is, I don't know which is which. The only thing I can think of is Ron is the head of RR Productions. So it's reasonable to assume he's the elder one. I don't know if that is reasonable to assume. But he certainly could be. The elder of the two started up RR Productions. But they're both called RR. That's what makes it awkward. We've got a picture of them. Doesn't really help us. We don't know which is Ron and which is Robert. Doesn't really help us. I'm assuming the one with the jacket is the older one. Yeah, I thought that was a bit of a stretch. There was one thing I wanted to check actually. It's one of the first clues we got. I don't think they... I don't think they did the name thing again. 'Cause in the original they did the name thing, right? Named after the kids. Apparently we're missing a clue from this. There is one clue related to this. I guess that's her who we haven't confirmed. It's really annoying we haven't confirmed her. Why does that guy look so high? That is Jim, right? He's got a mole. It's him! I assumed he was Jim, because he had a beard. But the mole... You could probably go off the ears as well, actually, now that I think about it. Well, no, you can't see his ears. But the mole gives it away. That means... You're not Clark. You're Clark. Which means maybe you are Zachariah Morden. Nice! The mole cracked the code. I really appreciate some of those extras being locked in, because some of them I was a bit sketchy about. Ooh, are we getting a call?
So, you may have heard the news. Some of Carl's things have gone missing.
Uh-huh.
That includes the pictures and mail I brought you earlier.
Uh-huh.
I promise I didn't steal it,
Well,
but I did borrow it. I'll return it once we're done. Let me deal with my family in the meantime. Oh, I guess that means I've officially confessed.
if you didn't steal, then what are you confessing to?
I'm a Roottree.
Oh.
I assure you I have a reasonable explanation for the secrecy. I'm about to do something big the family doesn't approve of.
Are you going to try and break the Roottree, the clans, what was it called? The clan said trust.
If you could just wait a little bit longer, I'll tell you more. In person. I'll return after 15 more blood relatives.
Didn't give us any new intel, no? I really don't appreciate that. Apparently there's 6 clues going off this. Also, the report on the radio was not important to our investigation at all. That being said, it's the only thing in here for us to investigate, really. But I did investigate it. What was it? WRTD? It's just the Roottree curse. And the Roottree curse really didn't have any good intel on it. Ernie Madsen Jr. Well, that's how we knew it was Madsen, I guess. Ernie Madsen Jr., huh? What game? Why is the internet just anti-Madsen? This is Ernie. Because he died. And then his new spouse had to take them as a guardian. Right? Therefore, this is Ernie Madsen Jr. Which does kind of beg the question of who the hell is Ernest Madsen? Because they don't really exist. Which shows that whole theory somewhat out of whack. Yeah, I'm not massively convinced by that. I am mostly convinced, but not massively. Ernest Madsen Jr. Madsen. We know there's 5 Madsens. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which would make them Debbie Madsen. There's just no intel on the Madsens anywhere. This whole left part of the tree is really hard to figure out. I still don't know this fool's name. And when you search for these turds, you get like no information. The World Wide Web just has nothing on the Mordens, who I keep calling the Madsens. Like, where do I find James's kids from? How do I find out which one of these two was the elder? How do I find out who Roottree Miracle III was? Who his spouse was? How do I find out what the hell Elias C. Roottree's job was? Miracle Roottree Jr. His mother and father, Elias and Gwyneth, named him Miracle. Yeah. Gwyneth who, though? Madsen! So there are Madsens kicking about. Again though, it's a bit lame just going, oh, their name's Gwyneth, I'll type it in here and there's only one Gwyneth, so that's what it is. But I don't know. I think the game expects you to do that. Okay. We should be able to get these, I think. Something in this area. Maybe there's intel on Diamond LaRue. Uh-huh. The LaRue sisters got their start doing session work for their great uncle's record label. If you remember any songs from 1960 to 1965 that featured the voices of kids, they were probably involved. Back then, they were credited as the Lucky LaRues. Now that he's passed, they've moved on to bigger and better ventures and are going by their full names. Diamond and Jane have been touring with some famous faces. Ever heard of the Roottrees? And are looking to release an album sometime in the next year. Youngest Kim is about to step into a prominent role on Broadway, taking over for one of the children in Oliver. Lucky LaRue's indeed. Jane LaRue. Just the same thing. Kim LaRue. Just the same thing. Poop. Do you reckon he banged all of the LaRues? Except Diamond, I guess. The reason I say that is he was banging Jane. Then he started banging the other one, which I guess was Kim, actually. And then he was banging someone else. It's interesting that that never got confirmed when I got my last checks, which means that is wrong. I guess maybe he was married to someone else. That's an unknown then. God, I am totally at a loss. Clancy Edward Roottree. How am I going to get his kids? Elias Roottree Jr. Just doesn't help. I'm well and truly stumped. Let's go through our clues and see where we've got insights. Dynasty has 2 insights. Sam has 3. Clark has 12. Sister's doing a good job raising her twins. That doesn't help us. How can there be 12? There must be something in here. Let's search for Swashbuckle My Heart. Nothing. Re-released as X Marks the Spot. Okay. I had to tell us that for a reason. Well, maybe not. Thank you. According to the back of the book, this is A Buried Treasure by Lauren Roottree. It also says, keep an eye out for Lauren Roottree's next book, Revisiting the Diary 10 Years Later. We've cracked the code! Oh, let's go! This was a version of Lauren Roottree's diary released in 1975. Unlike the original diary, it contains no pictures. No! But has many new passages that reflect on her thoughts 10 years later. Yes. One major event happened between releases that changed Lauren's outlook on certain subjects. The death of Elias. A summary of the fallout has been added to your notes. Yes! Was that where most of those leads came from? Yeah. Cool. Revisiting the diaries. 10 years later. The new diary opens with an explosive incident that happened in the decade between the release and re-release of Lauren's diary. Elias Roottree had died, and during the reading of his will, there was an audible gasp when a certain name was read aloud. Samantha Roottree. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that she retain the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. Oh, cool. It was then that the scandalous secrets came out. None of the 5 pieces were surprised, but it was quite a shock to everyone else, including Sam. She had been told her parents died. Apparently Sam was the illegitimate daughter of Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. Patricia, the daughter of a local steel mogul, and Eli Jr. harbored a secret romance at age 16. She became pregnant, and after the birth, her father refused to let her see Eli Jr. ever again. Her baby, Samantha, was sent to the Roottrees. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Oh, EC's someone else. Patricia was married off to a much older man and sent away. That was the end of that. Almost. None of the next gens had ever met or heard of Patricia until she unexpectedly reappeared, now going by Patsy. After Patsy's husband died, she reunited with Eli Jr. and they finally married in their 50s. Okay. Eli Jr. had never taken another lover. Lauren, ever the romantic, quite appreciated this. When Patsy and Eli Jr. finally married, Elias decided Sam should have been a Roottree in the first place. Even though she was not part of the clan said trust, he wanted to include her in family affairs. That was what led to Lauren's initial entry entitled Sam. So Sam is probably the person giving us this questaroo, right? Samantha Roottree. Where would she live in the chain? Elias Jr. and Patricia Christensen. Did it say he got married twice? No, okay. Patricia Christensen. Nice. Which means you are... Samantha Roottree. Don't know what your job is, but I do know we have a picture of you. Now, I'll grant you, I'm going to struggle to know who you are, but oh look, there's loads in here. Where is it? Where is it? This one. Grandma insisted we include Sam. Sam, huh? Sam. I assumed that was Sam. But now that I think about it, that's probably, his son. So Sam is either her or her. Could go either way. Could go either way. Very cool. This is a page of additional notes and context from the... Okay. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottree. All my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. Had she the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwyn never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her, and her children seem eager to help the family in their own ways. Ernie Jr. has been learning the day-to-day from Zach. Oh, so Ernie Jr. was her kid. No, wait. Oh, she married an Ernie, and then she had a kid called Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. Ernie Jr. It's been a long, long time since any real Roottree was as excited and interested in the actual candy as Ernie Jr. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Interesting. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy with her jet black hair and green eyes. Well, that answers that one. She doesn't have the thick glasses Patsy did, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children have that covered. Okay, so her kids wear glasses. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Roottree for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money, and was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Wow. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor, and I suspect that's why he kept us from there. Sam had to grow up in a house with him and his roommate Mr. Miller. I'm not sure Sam will ever forgive Uncle Junior or Patsy for abandoning her to that life. If I were her, I might never forgive them either. But even so, she seems to blame more than just the two of them. She has no problems with us next gens, but she has a palpable hatred for the Five Pieces and Elias and Gwyneth. Okay. I feel like there's a lot of intel here. Ernie Jr. is one of her kids, but we don't know which one. Could go either way. Adopted grandfather. Elias hid her away with a local farmhand known as EC. Clark. Ooh. Reading this back, I get deja vu. As I write this addendum, Clark's got married again. No Roottree has ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob, and Gwyn divorced Wild Bill just before she had her second. Not even I can blame her for that. I've seen what he gets up to in Starlet. But neither of us ever took a second husband. With the way the world is moving, I guess it was inevitable someone in the family would remarry. I just wish it wasn't my son. I can only wonder if Clark's apparent disrespect for marriage is due to the lack of a real father. I did what I could, and Lord knows Eli C. stepped up and helped. More than I can say for Clancy or Edward. Oh, that's her brothers, right? Eli C., Clancy, and Edward. Eli C. practically raised Clark and Jim as brothers whenever he could. Eli C. is Jim's father. We did it. We cracked the code. Which means he's probably not Eli C. Which means he's Eli M. Which means he's a farmer. Or a mechanic. And maybe, just maybe, this really is him. He does look like his brother. I can believe that, except that maybe he's a mechanic. Yeah. Elias C. Roottree. Don't know what his profession is. Eli's marriage seems fine, and Jim's marriage seems solid as a rock. So who knows what causes these things. I suspect he's marrying Jane to keep her from running out on the band. So Jane was his second. Oh, which means that then he banged the other one. So who was his first wife? We know that Jane LaRue is, well, one of these two. JD, CJ. She would have been part of CJ. Which means that she would have been part of JD. Nice. Cool. We don't know what Eli C's job is. But that's fine. Names. Ah. The biggest complaint I got after publishing my diary was how many similar names there are. And I get it, there are 4 Elis for Pete's sake. But that's how it is. Someone would say, I saw Eli in town. And I wouldn't know which one they meant. My brother, my uncle, my cousin. That's why they became Uncle Junior, or Miracles Eli, or Eli C. Our family's names were always unusual. Grandpa Elias was a believer in using the names of each generation to honour those in the last. His father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Edward and Clancy. Now you see where my pop's name came from. Clancy Edward. Yeah. I don't know why there's 2 clues in there, but... Oh, there's more. One thing that's always been consistent in our family, though, is that anytime someone's a junior, they're always the firstborn son. Ah. That goes for Miracle, Eli, or even Clancy. With the women, it all goes out the window. I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Caroline, who was Elias's mother. Women's names tend to get all mixed up as the generations went on. I guess that's because there's no female equivalent of junior. So if you're reading my diary and confused, you're not alone. Even the government had problems. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottree. I had to break the news they got my father's name backwards. Okay. I guess Gwendolyn. We don't know who Gwendolyn is yet. Anger. Ooh. Apparently this is the first thing she could find she ever wrote. She knows it was for a school assignment about anger, and she believes based on the teacher's name she must have been in the 3rd grade. She doesn't remember the events spelled out here, but she does remember getting in trouble. I got angry when I met a new girl who I do not like. She was dirty and did not have a pretty dress. Me and Pop walked home in town, and she hugged him. When I told her he was my Pop, she pushed me. I got angry and yelled at her, and Pop said to treat her nice. Then she said, "Your Pop is my dad." She screamed it loud in my ear. She was lying to me, and lying is not a nice thing, so I pushed her too. Then I got in trouble. Then Pop took her away. He told me, "Don't worry. I'm glad she's gone." But... Your Pop is my dad. No. No. I assume it's talking about Samantha. Unless... Wheels within wheels? What if this chart isn't accurate? Your Pop is my Pop. So he had another secret kid. That's what that implies. Ooh, maybe that's the person giving us the quest. Or one of their descendants. Cool. Apparently there's one clue in here. Uno cluo. EC. Who the hell is EC? Cornwall? What was that Cornwall guy's name? Linus. I was really hoping those secret diary entries would give us a bit more. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. Yeah. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. Adopted grandfather? Adopted grandfather. Well, she was adopted by EC. But then his grandfather wouldn't be anywhere near him. So I guess her kids are Gwyneth and Elias Jr., but we don't know which is which. We don't know which is older. We also don't know who Samantha married or what her job was. If we can figure out her job, we'll still be slacking. I really thought this was Elias Jr., you know? Because of the whole Guardian thing. Three clues in here. Mr. Miller. Oh, I'm starting to run out of steam. I really thought they were going to crack the code. This thing. Is crazy. Guy Hudson. Oh, excuse me. That's Miracle Jr. That's Carl. That is Doctor Who on the right. You're not wrong. I do wonder who those are. There's Eli. Glasses, glasses. Which one of these is older? That's her 2 kids. I reckon he's older. Not really got anything to back that up. Except for his killer moustache. So he's Eli Jr. If we assume he's older, then I wish I knew what her occupation was. Maybe it's just housewife. If in doubt, housewife. Was his name even Elias? I can't have used both Eliases. Ernie! Ernie Jr. Does that mean she married an Ernie? I guess that would make sense. It'd get the Madsons into the picture. But weren't the Madsons over here? What a tangled web we weave. Why did I say that he was married to Gwyneth Madsen? Why did I say such a thing? I had no reason. I think I actually had no reason. Unless it was in here. No. I think I had no reason. I think I saw Gwyneth, mother and father, and leapt to that conclusion, which was wrong. Get out of here. I don't know who that was. Which means he can be Ernest Jr., which means she married Ernest. He was president. He was the 3rd president. Then it was Guy. Or was he the 4th after Guy? He was the 4th after Guy. And he is the guy with the killer mustache. Then you are... what's her name? Gwyneth? Nicole? Oh, Ernest and Nicole. Yeah. It all starts coming together. Which means that you are... Debbie? Debbie Bean? Gwyneth Madsen, you are... you. And I think you might be a gardener, you know? It's not an option. Okay, are you a housewife? Almost certainly not. Maybe Samantha was a farmer. Maybe you were a farmer as well. The alternative is that she's older. Who are we more likely to have a photo of? Gwyneth's husband or Ernest's wife? Gwyneth's husband or Ernest's wife? Almost certainly Ernest's wife. Because we have a photo that explicitly mentions and is from Ernest's wife. Therefore, is that Debbie and that's Nicole? Probably. Therefore, these are the wrong way round. Yes, he was a mechanic. Okay, so any optionals that we have now that aren't verified are wrong. Which makes sense because you're not Deborah Bean. You're Deborah Bean. Which means you are... You're Deborah Bean. And I reckon that you're her. You're Nicole. Don't know what your job is. So you are Gwyneth Madsen. Housewife? I don't know your spouse, do I? No. But I don't know your kid is named like Gwyndoline or something. Probably. No real evidence for that though. And no idea what Nicole... let's do some Googling. Let's Google Nicole Madsen. There's never anything on the Madsens. What about Deborah Bean? What about Gwyneth Madsen? There's never anything on anyone who isn't a Roottree. Except the LaRues, I guess. Pretty happy with this side of the board. It's all looking pretty decent. There's another photo of Miracle Jr. kicking about somewhere. Oh, I know what photo that is. That's, You're Miracle Jr. We don't know who Miracle Jr. married. We don't know who Miracle the Third married. We don't know who Elias married or who their kid is. Yeah, that was wishful thinking. And his wife Nicole. Ah. I'm assuming it's Nicole Smith. I'm assuming no weird inbreedy shenanigans. How the hell will we find out? This is the big thing I wanted. Knowing which of her kids was the oldest. It's Ron and Robbie, right? Let's put them in as placeholders. Ronald Roottree. Did I ever search for Ronald? I just searched for Ron, I think. Well, to be fair, searching for Ron is the only thing that makes stuff come up. Searching for his real name brings nothing. It's a bit jank, innit? Nepotism. He gets results. Oh wait, don't blame nepotism. He gets results. Cool. After finding some small screen success, first as the director for many soap opera episodes, and then stepping in as the showrunner to turn around a few struggling productions, Ron has decided to start his own television production company. Ron was born in the US, but grew up in Paris with his once famous mother and his brother Robbie. Okay, can you tell me which one's like, the elder? He gobbled up American cinema whenever he could, and when he was old enough, returned to Hollywood to attend film school. He brings a special kind of charisma and an eye for unusual shots, particularly when it comes to comedy. Those he's worked with have gone on record as saying he's an attentive director who can work with actors to make sure the timing of a joke lands perfectly. Ron plans to pitch new shows to major television studios as soon as 1986. Ooh, that's when I was born. Until then, he plans to find the right project. He has occasionally called upon his younger brother, yes, for script punch-ups, and has thought about bringing him into the fold. Yes! So that's right. Now, he started the company, so he's probably CEO of RR. Although, didn't RR go bust? No, they were just suing each other. Maybe they didn't go out of business. I don't know what his job would have been. Wasn't he like a scam artist? Anyway, Ronald is... He's the older one, right? Out of these two. He's got that world... I know the world smile, whereas he's got that... I'm excited about the world smile. This turns into this after like 5 years. But what would Robert Roottree's job have been? He just ran away to Paris and then assaulted a police officer. He was tried and convicted. So what the hell would his job be? I mean, he was a screenwriter. Yeah, but it says somewhere. Always use a person's most recent occupation. I assume... maybe he kept screenwriting in France. Thing is, if that was right, then it would have dinged. Unless she wasn't a housewife. She might have been a farmer, to be fair. It could go either way. Because there's that thing in here. Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother. And her mother was a farmer, so she's probably a farmer. Which means... I've got something about these two wrong. Maybe he wasn't CEO. But he was CEO. Well, actually, he's a director, right? But if he started a company, then he is. But let's put director. I think that's BS. I guess maybe he hired someone else as the CEO. whilst he continued to direct. Nice. I am glad that is confirmed. Nicole, I don't suppose you were a housewife, were you? I don't know where I'm going to get information on Nicole. I wonder when Ernie died. Maybe Nicole is in school or college. Probably. And we'd probably know that if we can figure out when the hell Ernie died. But the internet has nothing on him apart from the conspiracy theory. Probably search for Chris Raff. Ooh! Found a simple page called The Art of Rafferty. Cool. Below a bunch of GIFs that say under construction, there are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captured me and my fiancée, Lulu. A painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give her when we get married in May. Go Tartans. Chris Raff, huh? Chris Rafferty. There's an odd collage called Cousins, which seems to be made up of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family or cousins for their pictures as I could. Even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Raina, Riley, or Rose." Well, that's BS. That's anti-nepotism. So I had to get creative and use only my 3rd cousins. This includes Davy, he swims for Yukon, and Bethany's yearbook picture, she's Davy's younger sister, and Stephanie, who is an only child. Chris's artwork has been added to your evidence, but the cousin's photo will need to be unscrambled before you can use them. You've downloaded a new application, Pixpop, to edit the photos. Hey, cool! I know, I'm pretty great. Dichotomy? Are you seriously not going to fit? It's that one that's wrong. Look, game. You better accept that as being correct. Well... Nice. Hey, this is fun. Kind of easy, but fun. Not really sure why I need to do that one. I'm not going to do it out of principle. Well, okay. I guess I'll do it. Turns out I have no principles. What? But that's right. Oh wait, no. Yeah, it was the middle. Yeah. You guys saw it before me. Okay. Let's try and isolate shit away from the actual picture. I feel like we don't need the rest of it, honestly. However, I guess the game disagrees. I assume you go there. I assume you go there. Okay. Longest arm known to man. Might need to shorten up that arm a bit. What? This puzzle seems really challenging. If you need help, I could use my rubber duck powers to skip it. What? Look, game, I'm totally killing it on this puzzle. This is the point where the game's like, oh, you might want some help. Not the part where I was sat banging my head against a wall for like an hour. Which I'll be doing again after this puzzle. This is the part where I'm absolutely killing the puzzle. The game's like, yeah, maybe you could use some help. Okay, as much as I enjoy the massive arm, let's actually do it. The perfect crime? Nice. Cool. Did that actually help us? Oh, that's the original picture. Davy's sister, and Stephanie. And that's Chris Rafferty, self-portrait. Self-portrait of me and my fiancée, Lulu. Rafferty, huh? Rafferty. Rafferty-roo. Well, the Raffertys were here. So I assume because of the marriage that this is Chris. Where's that picture? Oh, I didn't actually click on the face. See, look, I only needed that part. Why did... It's fine. I didn't mind solving the puzzles, but if we're only taking that part, why did I have to do the whole thing? That's all I'm saying. Okay, Chris. And your wife, Lulu. I feel like the game really does intend for you to weaponize the fact that it has a limited list, which is kind of BS, but I do think the game fully intends for you to do that. Chris. Are you at college? We don't know who Clark's first spouse was. Clark Rafferty. I really thought there'd be something on Clark. James Roottree. Jim Roottree. Clark. Raffa tunes. He's probably not still in college, eh? No, Diamond is the other one. Diamond is Jim's wife. And they had a happy relationship. We don't know what their kids were called, but we know they were Gucci. Whereas this guy had a wife. Then he got with Jane. Then he was in the band with Diamond and Jim. Then he was caught banging the other sister, but we don't know if he married her. But I'm assuming he did, and that it was Kim LaRue. Which would actually make a lot of sense, because if I type in LaRue, you've got two Rafferty LaRues, which is almost certainly these two. And she was probably pissed off at him having, you know, done so much shit that she was like, fuck it, our kids are having my name as well. Which is fair, considering. But we don't know anything about these. And we don't have a picture of Kim. And we don't know who his first spouse was before he went down the LaRue train. Before he started Pokemoning the LaRues. Oh, imagine if it was Diamond LaRue. That'd be a twist. No, because then there'd be two pictures for here. We should apparently have two more pictures of James Roottree. Well, we know that's James Roottree. So there should be one more. Which I think we just don't have. Also, who the hell is this Viking guy? It's such an old picture. There's nobody for it to be. Maybe it's nobody. Maybe it just let us click on it as like a red herring. I don't know if he's still a student, but it's the most up-to-date intel we've got on him. And the timeline kind of checks out, because, well, they just died. I think it's reasonable. And who the hell is Guy Look, we haven't done any of these fools. He's like one of those clickbait photo time traveler aliens. Yeah. He kind of is, you know. Just a random Viking in the background. Maybe it's CE or whatever. CE. It could be CE. I'd love to find what their kid is. So glad we got these. Apparently Ronald Roottree got married, and there's a picture of him, and he had 2 kids. It's really hard to find info on Ronald Roottree, though. Third cousins. Davy and Bethany. Third cousins. What the fuck is a third cousin? People that share the same great-great-grandparents, but not the same great-grandparents. Parent. Grandparent. Great-grandparent. Did it say great-great? But not the same great-grandparents. Parent, great, great-great, great-great-great. So they're down a completely separate tree. What I'm thinking is that these 2 are the 2 that he had pictures of. But I've got literally nothing to back that up. Because that could also be the case for these 2. Bit of a pisser, really. I'd love to know more about... I know she had twins. Doesn't really help. Does it? Hang on. Are there twins in here? They're Ginger. Doctor Who and this lady. And really long arm guy is also Ginger. So he's probably their son. But then one of these is her sister. You'd expect if one of them was Ginger that both would be. Are you Ginger but you dye your hair? Maybe. Maybe. That'd make sense, because I think you were the only child. Which means... I doubt he had two ginger kids. So the gingerness probably comes in over here. Which means this person is almost certainly ginger. The only thing not valid about that... Oh, brother and sister! Do you reckon they're the twins? I don't know if you can have twins with one of them being male and one of them being female. That doesn't seem credible. That almost certainly can't be the case, right? Poop. Who the hell is this? Who the hell is this? And who the hell is this? And who the hell is this? Kind of like Tom Cruise. And whose kid is this? I guess you're probably her kid. It looks like you're holding hands. Ah, poop. Be cool if the Viking guy was in this photo as well. I don't know, I'm starting to really run out of steam here. That lady needs to give me more evidence. I need to find her name. And I may have it. Dynasty. Angie. Angie. They could be twins, fraternal, 2 eggs. Oh yeah, yeah, maybe. Angie. Angelica. Don't know anything about Angelica. Except that she's probably in the photo that Zachariah's in. It's probably her at the back. Ginger. It's all coming together. You're Angelica. And I'm just going to assume you're a housewife. We know that I think we have to take the twin gambit. Is it you? You and Doctor Who? Don't know your names. But that would make... you two, the kids. Goddamn Viking. Okay, Ron Weasley is Davy. I guess you're David Kellogg the Fourth, which means she married David Kellogg the Third. Which means you are Bethany Kellogg. Please be a Bethany Kellogg. The Viking was probably how the Gingers got in there, yeah. Bethany Kellogg, let's go. Bethany Kellogg is that one. And she is a... I don't know, a model? She was in a model-esque photo. No, that was her yearbook picture. Never mind. I guess we don't know anything about... Wait, yearbook picture? No, I guess that makes a lot more sense. I was assuming that was the yearbook picture, but why the hell would that be a yearbook picture? That does look yearbook-esque. Don't know why it's got dichotomy. Also, that rules out... Well, it doesn't rule out model, but... My initial assumption was model. I don't know what her occupation is. I'm loath to go with housewife. Let's do a quick search. You never find anything for these people further down the tree. Did I spell Kellogg wrong? No. Look, David Kellogg III. If you're naming yourself like that, there better be some intel about you and your family. You son of a bitch. You are a swimmer. How is swimmer not an option? He literally... I guess he's a pro athlete. Sure wish I knew what her name was. Nicole Madsen. I think it's safe to say that you are still in school. Yes! I'm actually unstoppable, sort of. Okay, let's go through and look at all of our secondary name guesses and see if there's any that aren't marked as correct, because that means they're wrong. You're really not married to Nicole Smith? But... But I'm sure I had logic for that. Logic. I'm sure I had logic for Nicole Smith. Now granted, I can't remember what it was. No, I can remember what it was, and I made a mistake. That's not you. No, I didn't pull it out my ass. It's just it was supposed to be him. And I got it from... here. Miracle the Third and his wife Nicole. But I did his brother instead of his son. I haven't pulled on this Stephanie Jones thread. Stephanie Jones. Stephanie Jones. Don't let our conflict spread to the next generation. CM. CM. Who the hell is CM? It's probably one of these fools. There must be a way to learn these twins' names. Angelica Morden. Sadly, the Kellogg thread stops us from knowing her husband's name. If I had to guess, they're going to be the Marsons. It would be a guess, though. Elias, Clancy, and Edward, right? We don't know much about these guys, though. Except that I was working on the assumption that Eli was the youngest earlier. Now, I don't think that's true, which means that's your picture. You are the youngest, which means that's your picture. And you're the oldest, which means that's your picture. Ah, the system works. I don't really know what your job is, though. Wonder who he married. There's like no information on Clancy Edward. It just tells you about the thing that he created. Just tells you about the clan said. Doesn't tell you anything about who he married. We don't know who Miracle Jr. married. You bet Clancy Jr. followed the dad and became a lawyer? Well, I think he didn't. He does have a lawyer or accountant look for sure. EC. EC could be the Viking. 1 second, I'm gonna have a coughing fit. Ah, that's better. There's something in here. Somewhere. I'm pretty sure it's not in the Clark section. I don't think a marriage on such a shaky foundation like that can last, and Lord knows I was right last time. He might be in Starlet. This is a mystery. A straight up mystery. But I'm sure there was something somewhere that said that it was Eli who became the lawyer. Danielle! Clark got married to someone called Danielle. Danielle Franks. Praise the Lord. I'm not sure where we're going to get 2 other pictures of him from. It does seem like he would have been the lawyer. But I'm sure it was Elias who became the lawyer. Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Edward! So Edward was the lawyer. Don't think I ever googled Edward Roottree. Not that I think we'll find anything. No. There's never anything on any of them except like the uber historical ones. And the famous ones, which I guess makes sense, sort of. Edward had a kid, huh? With someone. Apparently there's 2 clues in there. Sister seems to be doing a good job raising her twins. Yeah, I'd love to know the twins' names. Have I ever just put Roottree in by itself? No. Yeah, it just mentions the candy company. Which I'll grant you, I don't think I've ever searched for the candy company. No, I've read this, for sure. The crispy, crackly candy coating. I want to play Family Doku. You know, this lady never even told us what we're getting paid for this. The Notorious Montjoys. We don't know any new books. Roottree. I need a new thread to pull on. The two clues here, I think one of them is the fact that Danielle isn't confirmed. I'm not sure what the other clue would be. The most rebellious thing any of us ever did was bring home someone who would be illegal to marry if we lived anywhere south of Pennsylvania. What does that mean? Pop seems to have got over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. What does that mean? Some beef with Edward over his wife. Something in Dynasty. Oh, excuse me. It could be a race thing. That makes sense, actually, because, where is it? I don't know. Right, we're looking for clues. Sweet, sweet clues. There's one. One here. This is just talking about Eli's. This is just talking about Eli's and Gwendolyn. I think I've already done Gwendolyn. Gwendolyn. Gwyn. Gwyneth. So I've done all the Gwyns. There's a Clancy Jr. Have I done a Clancy Jr.? Yeah, Clancy Jr. But it's not confirmed. What the hell was Clancy Jr.'s job? Nothing. Ah! You'd think it'd be in her diaries if it was anywhere. Apparently this has 2 clues in it. 2. Danielle and... My brothers all seem to pursue paths of knowledge. And the job thing. So I guess maybe once they're confirmed, these 2 will go away. Dynasty had the next gens. Clancy volunteered or was volunteered. But it doesn't tell us what Clancy actually does. It doesn't tell us what Clancy does. Her mother's family was called the Cossels. Okay. What the hell did you do, Clancy Jr.? Who the hell is Guy Hudson? I assume Guy Hudson is this guy. Or this guy. Probably this guy because he looks happier. He seems like the type who'd sign something next president. Bonnie. Who the hell is Bonnie? Guy Hudson. Who the hell is Guy Hudson? Ernie Jr. we've got. Somewhere. Caroline. We don't have a Caroline. Gwyneth M. we've got. Gwendoline we've got. Miracle Jr. we've got. Jim Roottree. Wait, Jim Roottree's in this photo? Clark, Carl. Who the hell is Carl? And Eli M. Gwyneth M, Eli M. Could they be the twins? Is such a thing even possible? No. Poop. God, I am stumped beyond stumpage at the moment. Kim LaRue. Kim LaRue was in Oliver. Okay. That was a bit wishful thinking. You know, I haven't used Business Watch much. Zachariah Morden. Maybe this is where the Mordens start coming into it. Son of James and Gwendolyn Morden. James Morden! Nice. Okay. Other business leaders. Heart attack guy. Ernest Madsen Jr. Uh-huh. An article from 1982 announces Ernest Madsen Jr. has taken over the day-to-day operations after the previous president died unexpectedly. Little is known about Ernest, but sources close to the family, who've asked to remain anonymous, have made it clear he's more than qualified. There are rumours Ernest had originally trained to succeed Zach Morden, true, but had been passed up for unspecified reasons. Unsure. Business Watch also managed to get a quote from the company's publicist. The last 4 years at Roottree have been rough. In an attempt to keep our products relevant to the modern audiences, some of our decisions have had unintended consequences. From the fancy flavours misstep to the batter-up bar, we've taken a bit of tumble in the public eye, but Mr. Madsen is committed to getting back to basics. Did Ernest kill Zach? Did Ernest kill Zach? Quite possibly. Wouldn't put it past him. Maybe that conspiracy site was right. Guy. What was his name? Guy Hudson. Maybe this is going to crack the code. Guy Hudson, along with his twin sister, are no strangers to the public when it comes to Roottree snacks. They both appeared in the company's advertisements as children during the Boys and Girls Agree era. Now Guy is taking over the Roottree company at the end of the year. Who would have known that one of those two adorable redheads, Guy credits his mother and father, Angie and Christopher, with providing his fiery due. Christopher, huh? Wow, so I was totally right, and I did that purely based on hair colour. Guy Hudson was the fourth president? Third president? Third president, and then he died in a car accident. Guy's uncle and current president Zachariah has decided to take an early retirement to focus on travelling the world with his wife. Zach was quoted as saying, "Now that our daughters have started families of their own..." Daughters? No! Daughters? Oh, Zach. Zach was quoted as saying, "Oh, thank God. Clara and I plan to reflect on a life well lived." Clara, huh? Daughters. Cool. Guy is new to the business world, but he's family. We at Roottree have faith in his innovative ideas, and he's eager to share them with the world. We like to think that boys and girls agree he's ready to succeed. So I wonder what his twin sister does. Housewife? If in doubt. Also, I don't know what her name is. But we know it's Hudson related. She must be Bonnie. It's the only option left. Bonnie Hudson, huh? Let's do the old Googleroo. Yeah, it was wishful thinking. Look, were you a housewife? Perchance. If in doubt, go with housewife. Nice. Booyah indeed. Very surprised that it said Kellogg was wrong, so I guess he's not a pro athlete. He is the oldest, that's for sure. So I guess he's not a pro athlete. Otherwise, it would have finished it off earlier. Fair enough. Do I have Zach as right pres? Now I have Guy. Yeah. So he was first president. Zach was second president. He was third president. He was fourth president. He was fifth president. Oh, I bet the change she wants to make is that ladies can be president. That's probably it. I'm trying to think what the overarching plot is. That might have had him as third. No. He was always second because there was all that spiel about when he didn't do it, none of his kids wanted to do it. And then Clancy was offered up, but they said no. So they made it Zach instead. Hey, Adam! 6 hours to catch up. Yeah, man. Whew, it's been a hefty 6 hours. Clara. Didn't it say Hudson Guys? No, Clara was his. Shit, man. I don't know much about Hudson Guy. I don't think I have a second picture of him. I don't think he's the Viking. I feel like there has to be more intel that we unlock once we hit 33. Because there's just not enough going on. Which means we need 3 more names. Now I reckon we can figure out these two's occupations. We know the names are right. We can figure out their occupations. That's 2. Then we just need 1 more. If we could figure out either Elias or Clancy's jobs, that'd be 3. So it's all in the jobs. Poop. What about just Clancy Jr.? Double poop. There has to be some way to get what their jobs were. Oh, excuse me. Ugh. Or James's kids. Or James's kids. Try Carl. But actually, no. Oh, Carl. Carl was the. Yeah, Carl. I was trying to figure out who the hell Carl is, but yeah, we actually got a full-on evidence page about that. It was This one. Jim had a daughter around the same age as Raina. That has to be a clue. There's nothing in there about his father. We must be able to get... Where's that kid's college notes? Where's that one page? The email. I searched for the email. Chris Rafferty. He swims for Yukon. Who the hell are Yukon? University of Connecticut. Okay, so he's in college. And I assume that she's in college? Maybe? Unless she decided not to go to college. Now, what the hell did he do? If he was a lawyer, then it'd be a bit of a dick move to make him take over. Unless he was just better at the job, I guess. There's really no information out there about Clancy Jr., eh? Yeah, he could be an accountant. I could put it in, but... Well, it's not an option first. And... I'd like some evidence. Nerd. Yeah, he does look nerd-esque. Although that's not the moustache of a nerd. Either of these two, we just need to know their job. I'm losing my frickin' mind. I really thought she'd have written something about Eli. Clancy volunteered, or was volunteered. I asked Clancy if it ever came up that a woman could take over. There's a clue in here, allegedly. A clue that we haven't done. Pooparoo. I can't think of any clue here that any clue that'd help us. And there's a clue in here as well. which is also talking about Clancy. Pop forced Clancy to send him to the academy. My brothers seem to pursue paths of knowledge. Paths of knowledge. Just doesn't tell us anything, does it? I think EC is the Viking. There's apparently 2 clues in here. Did I already look up the book from the last entry? Eli C. Who the hell is Eli C? Oh, Jim's father. The book from the last entry. You mean this book? This is what we got from looking up the book. I feel like we need to pull on this Stephanie Jones thread. Stephanie may have grown up in an unconventional family. Unconventional family. Who the hell is CM? Unconventional family. Probably this one, right? It's the only thing with something vaguely unconventional. Let's give it a try. Stephanie Jones. Shit, man, we don't know. Poop. Look, this person's got 3 kids. We have to get more intel. Like, they're gonna give us more evidence. They have to. So we just need to figure out what the hell these 2 jobs were. Apparently they were paths of knowledge. Elias, I don't suppose you were a doctor, were you? There's nothing here that tell us what their jobs were. How the hell are we going to figure out their jobs? There's no evidence anywhere. What the hell are your 2 jobs? You're the only 2 I don't have in this picture. And it's purely because of your goddamn jobs. I've been all the way through her diaries. This just tells us about Ernie. This Stephanie Jones thread. I would love for us to go down, but I don't know who CM is. Apparently there's 8 clues in this. Eight clues. That means this probably leads to a bit of evidence. But we already searched for Modern Music Monthly. Yeah, we got that magazine. There's really 8 bits of evidence in here. Rolling on down to the city. This just tells us about Jim, which we already know. Sound of laughter. No. How can there be 8 bits of evidence? Intuition. What if I search Modern Music Monthly for the author? No. Poop! How can there be 8 going off this? 8! No, we already got all that intel. Rafa tunes? Did I ever search for Rafa tunes? Aha! Website about Rafa tunes. Clark Rafferty LaRue. Oh, they made him take his wife's name. I guess he did marry 2 of them. At that point, he kind of gets the name via osmosis. On it, there's an About page, and you find a picture labelled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children. And when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down, he had the idea for the Roottree Super Bowl ad. Ooh! Please don't still be 8. Please don't still be 8. 5. So there's still more in there. His youngest, Katrina. Katrina Rafferty LaRue and Jessica Rafferty LaRue. No idea what they're doing today, but I think it's safe to say that she's in school. Yeah, and she's in school. The Perfect Crime? Sort of. Yes. Now hopefully we get more evidence.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake. So I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers.
Ooh!
I'm on the verge of releasing a book. And it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the 5 Pieces. The truth often isn't.
Mm-hmm.
But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy.
Yeah.
So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story.
Hey, I can be the expert. I resent that statement.
If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me.
Yeah. You're the, the secret offspring of Elias.
To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination. It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out.
Well, that's just arbitrary.
I don't have any more evidence for you.
No!
But trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Look, I was really relying on you giving me some more evidence. Oh, you son of a bitch. That's true, I do have the wife's photo. I was really relying on more evidence. I don't know how to break into this. And I guess she's not in college. What a sick joke. How am I going to break into this area? How am I going to find out James's kids? How am I going to find out Ronald's kids? How am I going to find out Elias's kid and his wife? Poop, poop, poop. I don't know, but I do know that we're going to have to call it a day there. It's midnight. I have work in the morning and I'm not feeling great. So I should probably get a good night's sleep. This game's cool. And we're not even that close to finishing it. Because once we solve this, there's a whole other tree with a different story. 2 for the price of 1. So that's pretty hype. Unless you're not enjoying this game. In which case, sucks to be you, because we're playing it tomorrow. Are they connected? I think so. Hang on, if we go back to the menu. Right, and I hit new game, just for argument's sake. Roottree Mania, see? This mystery will unlock once you finish the Rootrees are dead. Huh? Huh? So I guess it is related. No idea, though, in what regard. Too bad this tree is not a circle. Maybe the next one will be. Maybe the next one will be covering the fallout of whatever this lady does. That'd be cool if it was set like later on. And it was like, oh shit, this has changed everything. Now we need to figure out the new family tree. That'd be cool. Then it would be like, well, you know, could be pretty rad. However, we are going to call it a day today. I'm a little worried that by tomorrow evening I'll have forgotten half the shit that's in short-term memory right now. And I haven't been taking advantage of the notes. But whatever. We'll figure it out. It's been a pleasure. It's good to be back. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. And I will catch you later. Adios. You remember all of it? Good.